entire nightmare cleared up, and now her family is officially debt-free. Listen, Xander's Identity Theft Protection is the best option out there. They have all the cyber tools and monitoring services you need. They cover all types of ID theft, and they even include up to $2 million in stolen funds protection. In the end, though, you need an ally, someone on your side. Take over the work and fix the problem. That's what Xander is all about. Go to Xander.com to learn more or call 800-356-4282.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett. The Trump administration continues to defend the actions of ICE officers in Minnesota one day after a woman was shot and killed in Minneapolis.
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I'm certain of is that that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life.
Vice President J.D. Vance describes Renee Good as a victim of left-wing ideology. Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego is taking issue with the vice president's comments on the shooting in Minneapolis.
It's entirely irresponsible to come to a conclusion of what caused this. There's a lot of things that could have caused this, and some of it could be as simple as the fact that we have lowered the training standards for these ICE agents.
The Democrat tells CNN the administration is using ICE agents not only to deport people, but to also strike fear in communities.
We want ICE out of our state!
More than 100 people gathered outside of ICE's Phoenix headquarters last night in a vigil bringing attention to the shooting death of Renee Good. Among them was former state Senator Raquel Teran, who demanded an investigation into the shooting and for ICE to cease Arizona operations. Phoenix resident Jay Coleman among the crowd as well. He tells KTAR he's ashamed to be represented by the current administration in light of the shooting. Get your jackets out. A freeze watch is in effect, and there's potential for hail this afternoon.
In addition to the lightning strikes, there could also be some gusty winds as well, so there's a low probability that these showers may produce wind gusts in excess of 30 to 35 miles per hour.
Gabriel Lohero with the National Weather Service says the coldest temperatures will be on Saturday. KTAR eyes on the economy. Brand new warehouses across the valley with no companies to fill them, at least not yet.
There was a big push to develop commercial properties during the economic boom following the pandemic, but that rapid expansion may have been a bit too aggressive. This according to Doug Ressler with the RD Matrix.
The supply was really built out of sync with what the true demand really was. There was an anticipation that the demand would come sooner, and what they're finding is that the demand has been delayed, but it will eventually come.
The Phoenix Metro's industrial vacancy hit 13.4% in the third quarter of last year, more than 1.5% higher than the year before. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
It's a mystery in space. ABC's Jim Ryan says NASA has scrapped a spacewalk that had been slated for today.
In what was to be the first extravehicular activity, or EVA, of 2026, astronauts Mike Finke and flight engineer Zena Cardman were to don their spacesuits and climb outside the International Space Station for a 6.5-hour spacewalk to install equipment and take some photos. But late yesterday, NASA called it off because of a medical condition with a crew member. The space agency won't be specific about what the condition is or which crew member was involved.
On Wall Street today, just before the close, the Dow was up 272, the S&P was up 2, and the Nasdaq down 103. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We have a wreck on eastbound I-10 just past 331st Avenue involving a police officer. Another crash on Priest at the Arizona Mills Mall entrance. And at 32nd Street, there's a crash in the intersection. Showers continuing this afternoon with some thunderstorms possible, gusty winds and small hail, high 62. Right now it's 56 in Phoenix. Don't let market conditions rain on your parade with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Yep. Hey, Joe Huizenga, Chris and Joe Show. Chris Merrill out today. In for him, Ian Schwartz. meteorologist and reporter. Good morning, Arizona, AZ family.
Sir, thanks for having me.
I didn't even ask you your title. I just stole that off the internet.
It sounds pretty
good. Do you
good.
like that?
I think I'm going to update my LinkedIn now.
Okay.
To put it to there.
You want to just keep talking about you and me? Because Ian and I, we've talked through the gram a little bit a week or two ago. And we're just getting to know each other. So we were talking an hour or two ago, and I was just telling you, I am a sports nut. I love sports, and that's what I originally went to Cronkite to do, was sports radio.
Absolutely, and also a Cronkite grad here, so we had a lot in common. And you've been here a while. I've been here a while.
I've been here since I've lived in the Valley since 2000, technically.
That's fantastic. And first thing when I walked in, I complimented you on your suit.
Yeah.
So if you're watching on the stream, well, you already know this. Joe has like killer suits, and he said it's my weather suit because it looks like the radar.
This is the Doppler radar.
It's the Doppler radar suit. I love it.
The Doppler radar. So if you've got YouTube right now, you got to pop it open. You got to check out the KTAR News YouTube feed. You can see exactly what Doppler radar looks like when it is worn on a human body.
Exactly.
Now, that is not how this suit was actually described when I bought it, Ian.
Oh,
it was supposed to be like pink swivel or something, and I'll have to find the description for you on Amazon. I was like, that looks really cool, and then I got it, and it looks more like. Are you familiar with 1980s professional wrestling at all?
Oh,
people say it looks like Bam Bam Bigelow.
Oh, I could see that.
The flames that Bam Bam Bigelow had. I mean, he granted had them on his bald head. I haven't went that far yet.
Do it. You need to do it.
I really should.
That should be your resolution.
Tattooed on me. But Chris and Joe show. Chris was in for Broomhead this morning. Ian is going to be in here with me, and you and I have talked a little bit and chatted, and we'll get to continue to get to know each other throughout the program. One thing I love about you on a day like today is we were chatting back in rehearsal a little bit, and you're like, okay, I see some hail today, and Pablo and I sometimes kick around like, hey, can we get a meteorologist on the show? And Pablo's like, well, I tried this one, they're all busy. It's like, now I have the meteorologist
right here. I'm essentially the onion ring at the bottom of the fries.
Oh.
The little extra gift.
Oh, the bonus.
The bonus.
I love the bonus ring.
The bonus ring. It's usually crusty and dried, and it's not a perfect onion ring, but you didn't expect it.
Oh, it's just...
you just get a little extra.
I'm updating your...
my LinkedIn.
Uh-huh. Bonus ring.
Bonus ring.
I got it in there now, too.
I'm going to add that to my resume.
It's in there, right?
It's nice. We got storms firing over the valley right now as we speak.
Yeah, we've got the Fiesta Bowl coming up at 5:30 tonight. We'll obviously be hearing all afternoon from Freeway Enrique. He will get us up to speed on getting out to State Farm Stadium to see the Miami Hurricanes take on the Ole Miss Rebels in a huge game, the Final Four. They don't call it that in college football, but it is the Final Four teams who are left to see who's going to be playing in the national championship. And you were telling me, you're like, yeah, there's some hail going on, and I see you've got the radar up over there. So what have you seen today with this storm going on? Because I saw that there's actually two storms. So did the first kind of work its way through yesterday, and this is storm 2 now?
Yeah, that was yesterday was kind of light drizzle. I call it kind of like Seattle rain.
Okay.
Nice kind of go to sleep. If you were to have like a noise machine on, it would be that type of rain. This is a bit heavier. Like if you're in North Phoenix right now,
I'm seeing the red on your radar.
Yeah, right around the 51. It's coming down pretty heavy. Avondale, Tolleson, East Valley. I think by game time, a lot of this will push to the east. So if you were lucky enough to have a ticket, or you're going to go tailgate out there or do whatever, or go to like Westgate, watch it close to the game, a lot of this should be cleared. But some of the totals have been pretty impressive. I was looking at the 24-hour totals here.
I love the rain totals. Hit me with the rain totals.
Okay, you want highs and lows, winners and losers?
Yeah.
Central Mesa, a 1/4 inch.
That's substantial.
Scottsdale, just under a 1/4 inch. PV looks like about a 1/4 inch. And then some of the lower totals, we're seeing like hundreds of an inch over by Avondale. Just like any valley storm, it's going to be super hit and miss. But December was so quiet. It's like winter took December off. And now into January, we're getting into kind of more cold temperatures because Christmas was like not 80 degrees, but it was a warm Christmas.
It's been a warm winter here in the valley.
Warm winter for sure. I think last week I was still seeing mosquitoes out in the backyard.
Oh, I believe it.
I was like,
Oh, yeah.
what?
Nope.
You cannot be encroaching on my fall and my winter.
Well,
It's funny you say that. He is totally right. As an Arizona kid, I have never seen mosquitoes alive
Isn't
this
that
late in the
crazy?
season, Joe. Because they're supposed to die when it gets like under certain degrees, right?
But we really haven't.
And we in the 50s.
And we haven't
that's
had
its
enough
testament.
days where it's
There you go.
been that kind of cold. Just now, we're supposed to have a couple nights where it's going to be in the 30s.
Oh my gosh! Saturday morning, we'll see widespread 30s in the valley. So maybe we will nuke them.
I hope
finally.
so, because can you believe what we're saying, Ian? It was
is crazy.
December 5th, and I had a
Yes.
mosquito bite.
I know.
Or January 5th, I'm sorry. Late. A mosquito bite in Phoenix, Arizona.
They have been working out in the off season, and they are super. They're on creatine or something, and they are pumped up. But yeah, it was such a warm December, and we really want for mosquitoes to either die or they go dormant, like low 50s consistent overnight, and we haven't seen a ton of that.
And we need the mosquitoes to go away, Ian, because I don't know if you know this about Pablo, but anything that can affect his health. Pablo had one-day shingles recently, and I don't want him to get bit by a mosquito because Lord only knows what Pablo will think that mosquito bite was after he had one-day shingles.
Yeah, shingles. I haven't had it, but I've heard it's unpleasant.
I describe it as feeling as though a railroad spike was being driven into my back.
It's almost like if your suit.
Yeah.
It's how your suit feels.
I can still feel one of the shingle scars in my back.
Oh my gosh.
It was not fun. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Ian Schwartz in for Chris Merrill. And we will certainly continue to update you on Fiesta Bowl traffic, getting out to State Farm Stadium, what this weather looks like in the valley as it rolls through. Big news of yesterday for sure, and spilling into today, is these clashes in Minneapolis that are playing out. And yesterday, all of the talk was about the scene involving fair to say, a young woman. She was 37 years old.
30, yeah, I'd say.
Who was driving her car trying to get away from an ICE scene. And instead, she ends up being shot in the head and killed.
Yeah, multiple angles, just like anything these days. Cameras are everywhere.
Oh, you've got a billion angles, everybody on their cell phone, lots of different people captured it. And one thing I didn't realize, and I watched the first video Pablo and I pulled up, I even said to Chris at the time, I said, I don't know if this is AI or not, so I don't know if this is real. It was real, but I did not realize where the shots came from because you couldn't see the officer who actually shot through the front windshield in the initial view that I had. But you mentioned multiple angles. There's been a number since where, to me, when I look at this footage, I think two things can be right with this story, and that means that a number of people were in the wrong. You can have this woman who should have been listening to ICE and not driving her car towards the ICE agent, and by towards, I mean the general direction of. And I also feel like the ICE agent didn't need to shoot her. I feel like, again, I'm not a law enforcement officer, and he may end up being cleared and have immunity in this. But my initial reaction, if I'm that officer, would be, well, I want to step out of the way of the vehicle. If I step to the right, I'm out of the path of this vehicle, as opposed to drawing my weapon and shooting it into the car.
Like waiting to see what happens.
Yeah.
It seemed he was kind of in front of the front kind of left of the car and a foot jogged to the right. Now, it's obviously impossible to say what either people
You and I
were
weren't
thinking.
there.
We weren't there. We don't know what he was thinking. Unfortunately, we will never know what this woman was thinking. Renee Nicole Good was her name. She's a Minneapolis resident. Lived, I think, on that street or very close to that street. Was called an observer. So folks who kind of monitor the police, citizens. She's not law enforcement, but kind of in the area. Now, I've seen as a reporter, because before I got into weather, I was a hard news reporter for many years. You tend to see them a bit more back. So, how we don't have the video before of, when did she place her car there exactly? Why was the car placed there? And, stuff like that. But it seemed it's tough to say. And not only are there angles physically from the video, you could have set your watch to it, the ideological angles that have kind of been drawn, I guess, or political angles that have been drawn, political lines on this incident.
Well, and you and I will catch a ton of heat for saying that it's tough to say, because you're going to have people on the left who are going to say, no, ICE agent needs to be arrested, needs to be charged, needs to go on trial. And then you're going to have people on the right who say, nope, ICE agent acted perfectly, exactly the way that he should have. This observer, as you called her, was, what would the term that the right would use to describe an observer? More like not just a protester, but like an agitator.
Well, the DHS had Noam called her a domestic terrorist.
There you go.
So if I mean, they gave
that's
it
even further than a protester.
Yeah, it wasn't protester. Those are her words, not my words.
They're going to say that she's not, actively just watching what's going on. That with her behind the wheel, that she was a domestic terrorist, and that hey, you got to stop that threat if it's behind the wheel and can drive at you or can drive at others.
And her and the president and others saying this was perfectly predictable. We told you that the left was doing this, that they have been kind of getting people excited. And then, of course, folks on the opposite side, and we keep saying this with every story, this side and that side, but that's the world we live in. Folks on the other side saying, we told you this was going to happen, with ICE going into neighborhoods and these conflicts kind of, the two sides literally physically on the ground getting closer and closer in this action, that this was not, bound to happen.
Hey, shout out to our friends in Buckeye. We appreciate you listening to KTAR in Buckeye. And what's the why? Why won't we likely see the same scene that played out in Minnesota happen in the Valley if ICE brings an increased presence to Arizona? We're going to talk with our KTAR news reporter, Bowen Overstoles, next. But first, here's not Becky Lynn. Here's Melody Burkett in for Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
Good afternoon. At 2:16, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. After weeks of heavy rain in California, the state is experiencing something not seen in 25 years. Here's ABC's Alex Stone.
For the first time since December of 2000, not a single inch of California is categorized as dry or in drought, according to the latest U.S. Drought Monitor report, which is issued by the federal government. Storms in November, December, and this month have pulled the entire state out of drought conditions, and there aren't even areas that are considered dry. For those who are younger than 25 years old who live in California, they have never experienced a life in which California is not either entering or recovering from drought until today. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the temperature in Mesa. Right now it's cloudy and 56 degrees. Don't let market conditions rain on your parade with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Ian Schwartz in for Chris Merrill today. I guess I'm still Joe Huizenga. Waste Management Phoenix Open. Good thing it's not going on today with this rain that you'll see all across the valley. It's making its triumphant return, though, next month to TPC Scottsdale, February 2nd through the 8th. Text OPEN to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the greatest show on grass. That's text OPEN to 620-620. Joining Ian and I right now in studio, KTAR News reporter Bowen Overstoles. Bowen, you spoke with a number of individuals yesterday. I know you spoke with our legal expert, Barry Markson. Want to get to that in a minute. But before that, you also were out at, was it a vigil? How would you describe the event that you attended yesterday in light of what happened in Minnesota?
Yeah, hey guys, thank you. Yes, we did go to a vigil last night, and I would describe it as a vigil. I mean, of course, you're hearing what is become very common in political discussions. There was this expression of ICE needing to get out of the valley, and really just a lot of anger towards the agency. But to be clear,
anger on both sides anytime incidents like this happen.
Absolutely. And in this case, though, I mean, it was a vigil. People were lighting candles. There were photos of Renee Good, people holding signs, honoring her. So definitely a vigil, but against this backdrop of where we are politically as a country as well.
So you spoke with a number of community advocates yesterday. What did they tell you when you discussed this incident and you brought it up with them? What was their general sense? What did they have to say?
Yeah. We heard from Raquel Turan, a former state senator who was kind of at the front of this and leading the discussion at this vigil. And she was pretty clear. She had 3 demands for ICE that she expressed. They want an investigation into this shooting. They also want people to be held accountable, if an investigation were to find that need be. And then a third one that she simply said ICE needs to get out of Arizona. So we heard these 3 demands. I also spoke with just some members of the community, some just Phoenix residents who showed up to this. One man named Jay Coleman tells me he was just angry after seeing the video of the shooting. And he said he was left angry and just felt like he had to have his voice heard and in some way push back on what's happening with ICE.
In Minneapolis last night, thousands showed up. There was a loud chants. Was the mood here in Phoenix a bit more of the vigil sense, or how much of anger was kind of threaded through that? And were people screaming, and what was the tone? It was so fresh, and obviously we're not close as they are in Minneapolis, but what was the tone out there last night?
Yeah, definitely a palpable anger, but at the same time, I think in a way more, I'll say reserved than maybe what we're seeing in other parts of the country. Distance, I think, being a part of that. So yeah, I mean, a very real anger, but I think also an intention to tie it to what people want to see change politically. Whereas when anger takes the forefront, sometimes we lose sight of what people want. Sometimes it becomes a little bit more about just how we're emotionally feeling. This was an emotional event, an energetic event, but it was pretty focused still on what we routinely hear from people who oppose ICE operations in the Valley. I mean, focused on those demands, like I said. So, yeah, anger, but reserved in a way, too.
KTAR News reporter Bowen Overstoles joins Ian Schwartz and I here in studio right now at KTAR. Bowen, I don't feel like what happened in Minnesota is as likely to happen here in the Valley to some degree because of our political makeup. I look at Arizona as more traditionally a pink or purple state, kind of center-right, whereas Minnesota is a pretty blue state. And when you've got a number, thousands of ICE individuals, going into the state, ICE is certainly looked at as right of center right now, whereas you've got the folks in Minnesota that are looked at as largely Democratic, the makeup of that state. What did citizens have to tell you yesterday, and the advocates you spoke with? How concerned are they that what happened in Minnesota could happen in the Valley, and how concerned are they about seeing a larger ICE presence potentially come to the Valley as well? Yeah, that was brought up a lot, right? As we're talking about the shooting incident, the repeated mention that we know ICE has at least indicated they plan to increase operations in the Valley, in Arizona. And for people there, that was a cause of fear. One woman told me she feels stuck between wanting to help, but also being scared of what kind of danger that could put herself in. She actually said, how much of an activist do you want to be? And, she was standing next to her daughter saying that. So I think there is people struggling between wanting to go out and make their voice heard, but also based on what we just saw happen, actually having real fear because of that.
Yeah, I think, not what would it take for that to happen here? Because I don't know if people in Minnesota thought that would happen.
I don't think people anywhere thought something like that would necessarily happen.
And will we see those, not clashes, but we haven't seen a ton of that. We've seen some of that, incidents where people were Grijalva and, pepper sprays released, and that's kind of been the extent of it here. Yeah. But is there any folks encouraging folks to get closer to these raids, or I guess more of a what's the word?
I want to just jump in real quick. A few minutes ago, I loved the term you used, observer. My question would be, what does the government say about people who genuinely just want to go out and observe ICE interaction with the public? I mean, that seems like it should be allowed. We're the United States of America, home of the free and the brave. Is it fair to say that you're curious about, hey, what is the guidance when it comes to observing something like this?
Yeah, and I also was thinking about there's some folks who take it to the next level, and they want revenge, and they want to see the world burn.
Yeah.
Were any of those individuals at this? Did you get that sense where the folks saying we need to get back, or whatever? Obviously, that's not a good idea. We don't want to interject violence into this thing. But was there some people feel that way? They're very serious, and they can kind of get radical when it comes to protests and stuff like that. Was there any of that thread woven into this?
I feel like consistently the Democrat liberal events that I've covered, these quick organized events, that's not really something you see on the forefront here. And that was the same last night. I mean, we were, as part of covering this event, we were right outside of ICE's headquarters, and there wasn't even a Phoenix police officer out watching, which I kind of expected, right? This gathering is going to be there. I figured they might send an officer down to keep an eye out. That wasn't the case, and I mean, it was an energetic but calm event. And I've covered some pretty big demonstrations at the state capitol, for example, and nothing has really elevated to the sense where I don't feel safe or I'm looking over my shoulder, that kind of thing. I mean, I go all the way back to 2016, where I'll expose myself. I was still in high school, but for my high school newspaper, I went to cover Trump's appearance here. I think it was his first time holding like a big event here. And yeah, I mean, tear gas was deployed that night, and it got pretty hectic. I was a teenager watching people fight in the street.
That was the incident in downtown Phoenix,
yes,
right?
And that 2016, to be clear. But I haven't seen anything like that since I've been a reporter in these last few years here at KTAR and just covering the Valley.
Was that the guy who got pepperballed in the downstairs?
Exactly, I believe so.
Yeah. Well, that seems like it was 20 years ago, by the
way.
way.
It feels a long time ago. But yeah, we're talking less than 10 years ago. Last one for you, Bowen. KTAR news reporter Bowen Overstolz joins us right now. You spoke with our legal expert, Barry Markson, last night as well. What did he have to say to you about this incident? What was his take? Obviously, he wasn't there. He's not a member of law enforcement. He's simply somebody who looks at this from a legal mind. What did he have to say to you about it?
Yeah, I mean, a pretty measured analysis really boils down to there's arguments on both sides of this. He said the ICE agent will likely be claiming at some point, if we see some sort of investigation or court process, that he fired out of self-defense because he feared for his life. But Markson also indicating, our KTAR legal analyst, that we don't know what her intentions were. We don't know if her intentions were to harm or to leave, which are, that's a very big difference there.
I could have shouted something through her car. We don't know. We weren't there.
So, he says we need more key facts, maybe body camera footage on those agents. We don't know if that exists, but if it does, and also knowing what the intentions were of that ICE agent when he drew his weapon and opened fire. Again, did he fear for his life, or was he frustrated that she wasn't complying? Those are two very different things, and one of those does not necessitate the use of deadly force. I think it's also worth mentioning really quick too, we need some sort of investigation to see that. There has to be a process, and we're already seeing members of the Trump administration label her as a killer. That's from the president's Truth Social post, or Kristi Noem, head of DHS, saying she was a domestic terrorist.
Yep.
But I think it's really important to be clear. We don't know anything like that. We don't know much about her at this point. So
what's so interesting, you could take those two words, killer and terrorist, and both sides actually saying that's what this officer is. Someone who's passionate about it on the left, if you will.
Well, that's what Miss Good is when she's behind the wheel of her car.
Yes, and it's weird, that you just write down the line there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Bowen. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, we just wrapped up with Bowen Overstolz, heard what the locals and our legal expert are telling him. What's the reaction from Washington and D.C.? You'll hear some of that next. It's the Chris and Joe Show. Ian Schwartz in for Chris Merrill, KTAR News.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
It's Gatos, and start the new year off with perfect water.
Michael is the assistant manager at Aquazona Connecticut. And Michael, you've got a great deal for everyone listening.
For the entire year in 2026, we are offering the Connecticut K5 drinking water station for only $26 a month. You heard that right, $26 a month.
I love my Connecticut. I've had it for 20 years. Tell everybody the benefits of Aquazona Connecticut, especially the K5.
I love how easy and convenient it is to get a refreshing glass of water each and every time from the comfort of my own kitchen. I enjoy making better tasting coffee, better tasting food with purified drinking water. I have peace of mind that my baby formula is made with clean water. My family does not have to drink chlorine, heavy metals, microplastics, and forever chemicals.
In 2026, you pay $26 a month and you own a K5 drinking water station, the same one that I have in my house. 602-910-6570. Check them out at aquazona.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, it's Broomhead. If you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Starting testosterone therapy with Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores the get up and go so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better. You'll sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your smartphone, keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:33. I'm Melody Burkett. A A storm moving through the state is bringing rain and freeze watches. Gabriel Lojero with the National Weather Service says these colder temperatures could bring more than just rain to the valley.
Well, given that the storm system that's coming through is going to be much colder than the one we saw yesterday, and so conditions are going to be more favorable for some pea-sized hail.
He says to expect thunderstorms this afternoon. The coldest day is expected to be on Saturday. The Senate advances a war powers resolution to limit further attacks on Venezuela and sets up a vote for final passage. U.S. Senator for Arizona Ruben Gallegos said in a post on X, quote, "The Senate has made it clear we will not send our young men and women off to war to line the pockets of big oil." Following the U.S. capture of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, President Trump is telling the New York Times that the interim Venezuelan government is, quote, "giving us everything we feel is necessary." ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce.
President Trump saying in a new interview with the New York Times he expects the U.S. will be running Venezuela and extracting from its vast oil reserves for years. Trump insisting we will rebuild in a very profitable way, adding we're going to be using oil, and we're going to be taking oil. We're getting oil prices down, and we're going to be giving money to Venezuela, which they desperately need.
Trump made no commitments about when elections will be held in Venezuela. The Phoenix City Council appointed Keisha Hodge Washington as its newest vice mayor. The District 8 representative has served on the city council since April 2023 and has worked on projects focused on housing affordability, economic improvement, and community safety. Friday is National Quitters Day. How well are you in keeping your New Year's resolution? Nick Burns, Google Tech and Trends expert, tells Arizona's Morning News some top resolution searches.
Some other kind of trends that we're looking at are people are really trying to read more. One of the top searches we're seeing is yearly reading goals, which was a breakout search in this past month.
He says AI can also make workout or meal plans. And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash blocking the intersection State Route 51 southbound near Thomas Road. Phoenix again with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 7th Street. Glendale with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound near Maryland Ave. And a quick look into our surface streets. Scottsdale with a crash on Frank Lloyd Wright Boulevard and Hayden Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Showers continuing this afternoon with some thunderstorms possible, gusty winds and small hail, high 62. Right now it's 56 in Surprise. Don't let market conditions rain on your parade. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Thursday, and the shooting in Minneapolis has a community and the nation on edge. As enforcement ramps up in the valley, how concerned are you about violence? We're talking about it today at 4 on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, stay informed, stay ahead, and subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube feed. Watch all of our shows, get exclusive interviews, expert analysis, and more on Arizona's biggest stories all in one place. Search KTAR News on YouTube and boop the subscribe button. That's right, Pablo. That's what I say. Got to boop that button.
I think it's smash is what the kids say.
That's what Chris said yesterday. You got to smash the subscribe button. But I like to say you just boop, boop.
A little boop on the head.
Just boop the button. That's all you got to do, Ian. That's what we do on the Chris and Joe show.
Okay.
Just do a little boop.
A little
the
boop.
button.
Boop and subscribe.
There you go. Just no, you got not.
Oh, no, subscribe. Just boop.
But you got to say it right. You got
high pitch.
Boop, boop, boop the button.
There we go.
You can't say it like you would say smash.
Yeah.
Like
boop the button.
It's boop the button.
More of a boop.
That's all you do. And you'll today you'll get to see the gorgeous TV ready Ian Schwartz. And hold on, I gotta check your title again here. I loved what I said in the first segment. Meteorologist reporter, of course, at Good Morning Arizona, and. Sure. This also is going to appear on your LinkedIn bonus ring as well. It's going to be there because you said you're like the onion ring that you get at the bottom of the French fries. I love that.
Yeah, a little extra treat for you, especially on a stormy day like we have today, which is so nice to see. Some storms out in the valley.
I'm starting to see a little bit of, I believe that's blue skies peeking through, though. If trying to look through our blinds here in the KTAR studio.
Yeah, look at that.
But it looks like a little bit of blue skies out there, but still some, what do we call those clouds way out in the distance? Because they look ominous. I would call them ominous, but you probably know the technical term.
Cumulonimbus clouds.
I love cumulonimbus clouds. They're the best clouds.
The best. They are the best. All the storms, the line of storms is pretty much from about the Estrella Mountains to Fountain Hills. So if you're in Glendale, North Phoenix, you're going to see less activity. But if you're in the East Valley, all these storms are kind of rolling on in.
Just had our reporter Bowen Overstoles in with us here to talk about the shooting that took place yesterday in Minnesota, getting some reaction from some community advocates and locals around the valley. What do those in D.C. have to say? And see, this is where we sorely miss Chris because Joe doesn't have his audio 100% ready to go. Let's try that again. Senator Kelly.
I think DHS really needs to consider, and the president should, is this the right approach?
Okay, is this the right approach? And?
I would like to see, ICE not repeat on in Minneapolis and other cities. There is some indication right now the next city that they're going to, I think it's fair to say, target is Phoenix, Arizona, where my constituents live. I am seriously concerned about them going in there.
See, as somebody who's lived in and around the valley for, 20 plus years now, I'm not that concerned about ICE coming here to Phoenix. I mean, we've had, ICE is all across the country, and we've had ICE here in the valley, and I feel like the makeup of the valley, Ian, also lends itself more to something like this, that I don't feel like it's when, like if you see ICE go into Portland or if you see ICE go into some of these more liberal cities throughout the country. And that's not to say that Phoenix, Arizona is, far to the right, but I feel like also the protester presence. I liked your question to Bowen about that as well. Like the event that was held here yesterday, just something about the valley, and especially in the summer, you don't see the protesters turn out. And a lot of that, I think, is because it's 110 degrees.
The heat probably helps. But is this does it rise above states? Is it now a national issue?
Oh, 100% it's a national issue, yeah. And that's why you're seeing Congress weigh in on it.
And there also a lot more, we have a huge Hispanic population. We have a huge immigrant population. Those folks are obviously concerned, and
rightfully so. I mean, people will say that they don't have anything to be concerned about if they're here legally. But I mean, you and I both cover the news. I've seen some stories out there of people who are in the country legally who have been detained,
caught up in all of this.
Yeah, and to me that's not right either. You shouldn't have to just be a white male or female to not be worried about it. That hey, if you're walking down the street, you shouldn't be in fear, I'd like to say.
And unfortunately, there's I know some folks who own some businesses, and I know folks who own a tienda. They own a shop.
Okay.
And I was saying, hey, I should come and cover your shop. They were like expanding a bakery. And there was some concern that bringing too much attention to their shop could bring negative attention. And I was chatting with this person. They said, well, could ICE come here? And at first I was like, are they joking? And there was actually a tone of seriousness to it. Like, we're keeping a low profile.
Yeah.
Is pretty much what
they don't want to draw the attention.
They don't want to draw the attention. And any other business would be like, yeah, put me on TV. Like, yeah, we want the publicity. We want you to feature our bakery, stuff like that. And it was, I guess, shocking to me because I don't live day to day in that world.
Yeah.
And I thought, wow, this is kind of the reality some folks are dealing with. And there's plenty of people listening, some people listening now. I said, good, that's how they should feel.
Yeah.
That is what they voted for. That is what, when they signed on to vote for Trump, that's kind of what they're looking for. And other folks hear that and they say that is abhorrent and nobody should feel like that. These people are part of the community. They're an integral piece of everyday functioning life in Arizona. So I guess it really depends who you ask. And I would like to think it stays peaceful, and I hope that's what happens. But does this is there more legs to what happened in Minneapolis? Are people going to get angry? Minneapolis is a little different, especially this thing happening yesterday with Renee Good, the victim, the woman who was shot, the 36-year-old woman, very close to where George Floyd died.
Yep.
So they are obviously maybe hyper sensitive to these issues, maybe a little bit different, but I don't know. Is it does that dribble over and come into Arizona, some of this anger?
Well, I think that's a really good question. We're going to learn more about the process to determine whether or not yesterday's shooting in Minnesota was justified or not. That's all coming up next. The voice you just heard was Ian Schwartz. He's in for Chris Merrill today. This is the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:47, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Nick Reiner no longer has prominent defense attorney Alan Jackson on his legal team. More from ABC's Trevor Ault.
His high-profile defense attorney, Alan Jackson, withdrawing from the case.
We feel that we have no choice at this juncture but to withdraw as counsel and has to be relieved.
Without elaborating, Jackson said he had to withdraw because of circumstances outside of his or Nick Reiner's control, still saying emphatically,
pursuant to the law in California, Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder.
Reiner is due back in court next month for the deaths of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. Now checking the temperature in Avondale, right now it's raining and 57 degrees. Don't let market conditions rain on your parade with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
It's a new year and a fresh start. If New You is on the list, why not add New House too? This January, Arizona Painting Company offering 20% off when you mention Gatos And when you schedule your painting estimate during the month, it's the perfect time to update your home, boost curb appeal, or finally tackle the interior project you've been putting off. Arizona Painting Company, locally owned, licensed, insured, and trusted across the valley for quality work and no-pressure estimates. Interior or exterior, big job or small job, they make the process easy from start to finish. So, start the year with the best version of your home. Text PAINT to 620-620 and schedule your January estimate and save 20% when you mention Gatos. Again, schedule your January estimate with Arizona Painting Company now and save 20%. New year, new look, done right. ArizonaPaintingCompany.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Ian Schwartz in for Chris Merrill today. So happy to have Ian here.
Great to be here.
And joining us right now, ABC News crime and terror analyst Brad Garrett. Brad, you've seen the video of this incident that played out in Minnesota yesterday. Do you feel the ICE agent was justified in using deadly force? If so, why? And if not, why not? I know that obviously that's a lengthy process that we're going to see play out over the next few weeks and months as well.
Based only on the videos that I've seen, I think it's possible you could call it either way. I get why people think there was not a justification to use deadly force, but you don't have a clear vantage point of exactly how close she was, or if he believed she was headed right toward him when he fired the first shot that goes through her windshield. So that'll get sorted out in the reconstruction of the shooting that the FBI is going to do. And obviously witnesses that were right there, hopefully he had a body-worn camera. I don't know whether he did or not. You'll then get to see exactly what he was seeing as he pulled the trigger. So all of that will go into. So, I'm going to reserve judgment as to whether this is good or bad until I know more. But I can understand why people are taking sides on this. I do get that. And in particular, obviously, the politicians are taking sides. Go ahead.
Brad Garrett joining us, former FBI agent. So how do these federal investigations work? Like in Phoenix, if there's a police shooting, sometimes another agency will take over, or state police. You'll hear that commonly. How will this be investigated?
So there'll be multiple facets to it. There'll be as I mentioned earlier, an FBI shooting reconstruction team that will basically, through various softwares they use, basically recreating the angle of the shot, when it was shot, the angle from the car, all of that stuff will be put together by that team. There also will be agents investigating what happened beyond the obvious at the scene. In other words, the reconstruction guys are sort of technicians, and they'll do their thing. But you think about all the people you would need to interview, between the ICE agents or any other agents that might happen to be there, to the citizens that were in the close proximity, to all the CCTV that either the city controls and or you have private CCTV from residences, and then obviously all the cell phones would have been videoing this. So trying to collect all that's going to take a while, but it is one of the things that you would clearly look at. And one thing I think in particular you're going to look at is what were the particulars and dynamics before this ever started, and before she ends up parking diagonally in the road, and before ICE drives up in a pickup truck with emergency equipment and steps out and tries to open her door. What were the circumstances there? Because that sort of creates the atmosphere of why in the world was she there? Why was she doing what she was doing? That doesn't sort of help what happened to her, but it gives you some indicator of what was really going on as to why she decided to block the road, which is obviously illegal. It's not the crime of the century, but it's against the law to do that. And so we'll have to see where all that goes. But it's a combination of all the things I just mentioned. And then all that reporting will ultimately go to the U.S. attorney in Minneapolis. And he will make a decision if should anybody be prosecuted. And that's going to be quite a while before you hear about that.
We have about 30 seconds left here. ABC News crime and terror analyst Brad Garrett joins us. Brad, can you briefly sum up where you think immigration enforcement is headed in the U.S. with, it certainly seems like ICE's process is evolving where they're sending in hundreds or thousands of agents into a city. How do you think that's going to affect things in cities throughout the country?
I think it's going to be as horrible as it's been in other cities, and maybe even worse, where you're driving people underground. And I get why they're arresting people. I get that. But they seem to be just doing it in a wholesale fashion because I think they're working off numbers. I think they have to arrest so many people a day to keep the quotas up. And that's going to drive them to do these mass arrests. And so, there's a price to be paid for this. And other than what, sadly happened today, God help us, but it could happen again. As to what you're doing to these communities as far as law enforcement trying to work in them after they've left. It takes a long time to develop relationships with people in immigrant and minority communities. And going through this sort of treatment, it's going to drive them further away from law enforcement. So I think long term, it really has an adverse effect.
ABC News crime and terror analyst, former FBI agent Brad Garrett. Brad, thank you so much for your time. We always appreciate it.
You're welcome. Take care.
The Fiesta Bowl between the Miami Hurricanes and Ole Miss Rebels kicks off just after 5:30 this afternoon, a couple hours from right now. We're going to check in on the traffic, getting out to State Farm Stadium. Then Ian and I are going to talk a little bit about the NFL playoffs coming up this weekend, but prepare to miss out on one of the biggest matchups if you're not paying up for those pesky streaming services. We're going to talk about that next. It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Think about your last move, the boxes, the showings, the pressure to say yes to a buyer because the next house is already lined up. That's exhausting. I'm exhausted just thinking about it. Chris Merrill and Orchard was built for people like you and me who don't ever want to do that again. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you buy your new home first, then you move in on your terms. There's no double moves. There's no rushing. There's no living in constant cleanup mode. Orchard provides cash-backed options. They help you buy confidently. Then they connect you with expert local agents who know your market and use smart tools to help sell your home for more. After you moved out, they handle repairs. They prep the home. They list it strategically to attract the right buyers. Orchard's not an iBuyer. They offer multiple selling options. They've got cash offers, so you can stay in control the entire time. It's a different kind of move, one where you settle in first, you breathe a little, and then you let the pros handle the sale. Find out what your home is worth with a free home valuation. Just go to Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
The holidays are a time to be joyful. However, for many, this can be a very difficult time. At Revival Psychiatry, we understand and want you to know that you are not alone. From personalized diagnosis and therapy to medication management and non-invasive ketamine treatments, we're here for you. In-person and telehealth options available. We accept most insurance plans. Revival Psychiatry. Compassionate care that meets you where you are. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
Today at Burke Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
The 34th Annual Maricopa County Home and Garden Show is back.
This weekend only at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
This is your one-stop shop to upgrade your home, garden, and lifestyle.
Tour the tiny home Street of Dreams.
Indulge your way through Taste of the Desert.
And explore hundreds of plants, decor, and garden treasures.
Plus, over 1,000 home improvement experts offering home show-only deals you won't find anywhere else. This weekend only at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
Tickets and details at mchomeshows.com.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Visual freedom for your life. Hi, I'm Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. If you're in your 30s and sick of poking yourself in your eye with your contacts, or you're in your 50s playing Where Did I Leave My Readers? Or in your 80s pretending your cataracts are just a little fog, relax. We've got a procedure for your eyes.
King LASIK and K2 Vision. Solutions for the young to the youngish. Book your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:01. I'm Melody Burkett. Get your jackets out. A freeze watch is in effect, and there's potential for hail this afternoon.
In addition to the lightning strikes, there could also be some gusty winds as well, so there's a low probability that these showers may produce wind gusts in excess of 30 to 35 miles per hour.
Gabriel O'Hara with the National Weather Service says the coldest temperatures will be on Saturday. A surprise vote in the Senate as 5 Republicans joined all Democrats to pass a resolution that would limit the president's power in Venezuela and require congressional authorization to send U.S. troops there. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Rand Paul, Josh Hawley, and Todd Young broke from the rest of the Republicans, but the fate of the bill is unclear as the president has expressed outrage over the passage of the bill.
President angered by this, lashing out at those 5 Republican senators, saying that they should not be elected to office ever again in a social media post.
That's ABC's Jay O'Brien. She was violating the law, so says Vice President J.D. Vance, one day after Renee Good was shot and killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis.
There's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law?
The vice president says he doesn't know what Good was thinking, but the officer had every reason to believe his life was in danger before opening fire. Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego is voicing his frustration after hearing from the vice president. The Democrat tells CNN it's clear the Trump administration has gone too far with how ICE is being used.
They're using these forces, these ICE agents, not to just enforce deportation, but also to strike fear in communities.
Senator Gallego says it's irresponsible to come to a conclusion on what led up to the shooting. He questions whether training standards for ICE agents could be part of the issue. It's time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes.
It's January 8th, and back on this day in 2011, Arizona U.S. Congresswoman Gabby Giffords was shot in an attempted assassination. Giffords was critically injured when a man went on a shooting spree during a constituents meeting held by the Congresswoman outside a Tucson area supermarket. 6 people died in the attack, and another 13, including Giffords, were wounded. The popular politician sat outside a table speaking with constituents who had lined up to see her. 10 minutes later, an armed man walked up to that table and shot her at point-blank range. He then opened fire on the people standing in line. Investigators discovered evidence at the man's home indicating he had targeted the Congresswoman in what he said was an assassination plot. Giffords was transferred to a rehabilitation hospital in Houston, Texas, where she would relearn how to walk and talk. And it all happened the day Gabby Giffords was shot, back on this day in 2011.
And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. Mesa with a crash blocking the center lane. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Country Club Drive. Glendale with a crash blocking the right lane. Loop 101, Agua Fria, westbound near 67th Avenue. Phoenix with a crash blocking the exit ramp. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, northbound near the State Route 51 transition ramp. And then lastly, Phoenix again with a crash blocking the intersection. State Route 51 southbound near Thomas Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Showers continuing this afternoon, then becoming mostly sunny with some thunderstorms possible. Right now, it's 53 degrees in Phoenix. Don't let market conditions rain on your parade with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, Chris and Joe Show. Just boop that subscribe button. Check Ian Schwartz out in for Chris Merrill today and myself on the KTAR News YouTube feed. I am, of course, wearing my Doppler radar suit.
Great.
Ian is, has that gorgeous TV smile.
No.
People always tell me, Ian, they're like, just smile, Joe. I don't have that
you
natural.
have a great smile.
No, but the problem is the camera shows up. They're like, smile, and they get this. Like, I can't do that. It just comes natural to you. I can't do it.
It's one of the only discerning skills I have.
Hey, it's a good skill to have when it comes to TV.
That's all I have.
So, let's talk a little bit about what's going on. As I do notice that we're seeing some of the darker clouds roll in again here right around us.
Ooh, yeah.
We've had some rain in the valley. We've got Fiesta Bowl coming up just over 2 hours from now, 5:30 this afternoon. People trying to make their way out to State Farm Stadium. You mentioned earlier today the H word. You said hail. We've had some hail with this storm.
Yes.
What's going on right now as you look at the radar a little bit and what's going on around the valley? You are, the trained meteorologist. I'm just the goofy media guy.
That's right. Well, when I went to meteorology school, I wish I should have worn that jacket. I wish I would have known. And actually, I went to Mississippi State University.
Okay.
So not rooting for Ole Miss.
Okay.
At all.
Okay.
Tonight. The heavy stuff has passed. It's now in the East Valley, pushing
Is that a meteorological term, the heavy stuff?
The heavy stuff.
Is that what they say?
Isn't that from Caddyshack? I think there's a quote.
I don't know.
There's a quote, something like that.
The heavy stuff.
The heavy stuff.
Okay.
Most of it's in the Southeast Valley. I just saw a live feed from out at the stadium, and there was some wet roads out there in the parking lot where they're doing a lot of the outdoor stuff pre-game. But most of it's going to start to wind down, and I think by 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, most of this is done. And then once we see cold fronts come through, you get a clear night with not a lot of wind, and that gets us very, very cold mornings. It's called radiational cooling. So all the
That
heat,
is a technical
Now
term.
that is absolutely a technical term.
That's not like the heavy stuff.
The heavy stuff. It gets cold. Gonna be cold.
Radiational
The South Park guy. All the heat we get during the day. At night, it escapes back up into the atmosphere, and clouds tend to kind of lock that heat in. So cloudy nights tend to be warmer nights. Clear nights tend to be colder nights. So we'll be in the 40s when you wake up tomorrow. And then Saturday morning, we're going to see some of the coldest temperatures we've seen all season long. Widespread 30s around the valley.
Woo.
I know.
Yeah.
That's cold for us.
It is. I mean, I was back in Michigan, and I talk with my parents about this often. I told them last night as we were chatting for a few minutes, I said, when it's the 30s in and around Detroit, it's not so bad.
No.
It was like 17 and I was frozen. But I tell them, I'm like the 30s in the Midwest is like the 50s in Phoenix. And
Yes.
I don't know what the meteorological term for that would be, but I feel like this morning when I woke up, it was chilly and it was like 50, 50, low 50s.
Acclimation.
Yeah.
I guess you're now a desert rat. Welcome.
Yeah.
I'm a Valley native. I grew up in Mesa in the Dobson Ranch, and my first TV job out of Cronkite, the Cronkite School at ASU, was in Peoria, Illinois.
Okay.
And I had never lived
Much like the climate in Ann Arbor, in Detroit.
So that was shocking. I was just plucked from Mesa and dropped in central Illinois. And I remember I did weather and I dabbled in weather. I was a reporter and then I dabbled in weather. And I was filling in one weekend. And I think the highs for the next 7 days were like 15. And I just stopped doing the weather and I looked at I was like, what? Why do you live here? What are you people doing here? And I'm sure it was my doppelganger from Peoria, Illinois was dropped here in the summer, and he saw a row of 119s.
Am I going to melt?
Yeah, why do you guys live here? So it was a shock, but it's going to be nice and chilly for us Saturday morning.
That voice, Ian Schwartz, you can check out his beautiful mug on the KTAR News YouTube feed as well. Meteorologist, reporter at Good Morning Arizona, and bonus ring. We decided we'll also be going up on his LinkedIn because, as he says, he is like the onion ring at the bottom of the fries.
Oh, yes. A little treat.
You much of a sports fan, Ian? You dabble in the sports at all? You like to check it out here and there?
I don't know all the stats, you know all this stuff, and a lot of the other guys in the building here.
I know some of it.
Yeah. I'm more the people, the event, what restaurants do, and I'm kind of a casual spectator.
So though you're not into that, Midwestern weather that you got to take in Peoria, Illinois, if you happen to be in Chicago this weekend for Green Bay and Chicago.
Big rivalry.
And you flipped on the TV and you're like, hey, it's the Packers and the Bears. I know these
Right.
two teams. I'm familiar with them. Well, there's a problem going on, though. While that game is certainly worthy of national TV attention, throw it on a major network, right?
Right.
No, wrong. That NFL playoff game is going to be on Amazon Prime, and it has people all across the country ticked that the only way they're going to be able to get it, unless they live in Green Bay or Chicago, where it will show up on their local channels, is through Amazon Prime. I guess also if you have the NFL Plus app, you can get the game, but very limited options. You've got to sign up for a Prime trial, or you've got to be an Amazon Prime member. How do you feel about just the streaming in general?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I'm a sports guy, so I've got Peacock, I've got Amazon, I've got this one, I've got that one, I've got all the streaming going on now. But it's the same way if you're trying to get Stranger Things or anything else. It's like, well, I want this show from this one, this show from that one. Well, I kind of like this show, so I've got to have that. It's like you've got to have 8 different streaming apps, and now you're paying more than what you were for cable.
Yeah, and all the passwords you need to remember.
Yeah.
And everyone, you have to have an email, and it drives me nuts. It's like a buffet, but there's upcharges and
of course.
At the carving station, at the desserts.
Well, and now they're eating each other up, too. And the costs just go up and up and up and up as well. And with the commercials, without the commercials.
Yeah,
Oy.
it's funny when kind of all these services came online, we said, cut the cord. That was the term.
Yeah.
We're cutting the cord. I'm getting away.
I was so happy when I was able to do it.
Yeah, because you were paying $120 for cable. Some people paying $180, phenomenal numbers and horrible monthly expenses. We're almost right back there.
I think we're past it even.
I think so. I think I have Hulu live.
Okay.
And so that, I think, is $50, $60 a month.
Okay.
Then I have to pay for the internet.
Yep.
So that's $50 to whatever, $80.
Yeah, my internet just went up. It's like $95 a month now. And I don't have like the highest one. I just have one good enough so that I get my stuff in HD because I don't want to feel like I live in the 80s.
Yeah,
That's all.
Barbara Walters filter.
Exactly.
Because it's buffering.
Yeah.
So yeah, you start at 100, and that's just for one service, and then you need to add your Netflix or your whatever, or your show, your HBO Max. But this is kind of the way it's going. We were talking about the Super Bowl eventually heading to YouTube.
Oh, I have no doubt about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was where that one is going. But they're all kind of going to these streaming services.
Well, there were football games on Netflix a couple weeks ago. Amazon Prime, obviously, every week has a Thursday night game for the most part. Yeah, it's just increasingly being pushed in that direction. I think a year or two ago, there were games that were on like Yahoo and their streaming and what they have, or like you could only get it like through the internet. It's all these different ways. I know there's games that are just on NFL Network, things like that. And it's like, I have no doubt that YouTube, they certainly want to be a big boy or big girl on the block when it comes to the streaming. That we're going to have a Super Bowl that will... Is there one that's going to just be on YouTube?
Yes. Okay. So it was the Oscars. That's what I was thinking of. The Oscars starting in 2029, so it's going to take a second.
Which is like the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl. There's a trophy.
There's a lot of them.
Tiny trophy. So it will be exclusively on YouTube in 2029. So they're looking ahead. They're kind of, reading the tea leaves. Where are people going to be? I mean, I think you're still going to have a TV, just kind of how you get to it is just going to be different.
Well, don't kid yourself, too. I'm sure the Super Bowl is headed for there as well. Hey, what's the future of streaming look like? Because at least one of these major services is actually going to go away, sort of. Ian and I will explain that next. It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. But first, here's Melody Burkett. Easy for me to say. Can I call you Becky Lynn, Melody? Can we? No, we can't do that. Melody Burkett in for Becky Lynn right now.
KTAR News Flash.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS. Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:16, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. If airports felt fuller in 2025, it wasn't your imagination.
2025 was the busiest year for air travel in over 15 years, according to new data released by the FAA. There were over 17 million flights in the air in 2025, and Thursdays were the most popular days to catch a flight last year. Fridays were close behind. Most of the busiest days of flying in 2025 were in the summer months. The busiest day was July 17th. Alex Stone, ABC News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway westbound near Ho-Ho-Com Expressway. Chandler with a crash blocking the left-hand lane. Loop 202, Santan Freeway eastbound approaching the State Route 87 transition ramp. Mesa with a crash blocking the center lane. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near Country Club Drive. And lastly, Glendale with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Agua Fria westbound near 67th Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Cloudy this afternoon with a chance of a little bit more rain, otherwise sunny and 53 in Phoenix. Don't let market conditions rain on your parade with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
Just how big was that Fiesta Bowl? Not just the game, but the economic impact for the Valley. We'll chat about it with guest host Kristen Bentz tomorrow on the Mike Broomhead Show.
Gran Fiesta coming up. Fiesta Bowl. You just heard PV right there. Patricia Valencia. You can check her out with Broomhead tomorrow. She'll be in with Kristen Bentz. And our guy, Pablo Rios, will be holding it down as well. Fiesta Bowl coming up just over 2 hours from right now. We'll certainly keep you apprised of what's going on out in Glendale at State Farm Stadium. Ian and I, Ian Schwartz, in for Chris Merrill today because as we continue to just shuffle chairs, Chris was in for Broomhead today.
Ah, yes.
So I hope you had that all on your bingo cards. So Ian Schwartz from 3TV and KPHO in for Chris Merrill today. He, of course, part of Good Morning Arizona. And, reporter, meteorologist, all those things. Bonus ring, as we've decided.
Bonus onion ring and the fries.
You will be known as.
A little bit extra. You're talking about the Fiesta Bowl, and we just had New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
And I was remembering, I was like, I remember a chip drop. You probably just gotten into town.
Okay.
They used to have a New Year's Eve Tostitos sponsored.
They dropped a
tortilla chip. A tortilla chip.
I don't remember this.
Yes, it was in Tempe.
Into a bowl of salsa.
Yes, Pablo remembers this because I went up to Flagstaff for New Year's. I finally saw this pine cone drop, which was really, really cool.
That seemed very cool. I saw some of your video on that.
A lot of fun. It was great weather.
Tell me more about the chip drop.
The chip drop. And so I was kind of thinking, so Prescott does a boot drop, Sholo does a card drop, Tucson does a taco drop. And I was like, wasn't there a chip drop? And they did it in the late 90s to the early 2000s. I never attended. Did you ever attend it, Pablo?
I did. Yeah, it was when Tostitos was the sponsor.
It was the sponsor.
How was it?
It was great. He had a big old block party.
Did you get free Tostitos
Oh,
and
yeah,
stuff?
absolutely.
Yeah,
At the door, right when you walk in, there's bags everywhere.
How big was the chip?
The chip, regular size, kind of like just
no,
restaurant style.
Not for the drop. The drop.
Like,
bro, they're not doing one chip, handheld chip. No one can see anything.
And
did it happen?
Yep.
Is it New Year's?
It booped right into the dip.
It was very large, very large.
Yeah.
I would say like the bowl of salsa in was
yes,
like
it
a
went
mini
into
pool size, like a bag.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, they need to bring that back.
Absolutely. Or maybe we need like a new tradition that we could have.
So, oh my gosh.
I'm sure. What about like a cactus drop?
A cactus?
Could we do
that sounds dangerous.
Sounds
dangerous if that goes sideways.
But come on, we're Arizona. We live a little dangerously.
It's true. It'd be a New Year's you would never forget.
Can't you just see your assignment editor? Well, Ian, we're sending you out to the cactus drop.
Right, like,
we're going to see how this goes for you.
That's right. How close am I going to be?
Right on top of it. You're going to be right out there with the cactus drop.
Oh, my gosh. That's fantastic.
We were talking about streaming services and just the evolving nature of what's going on. The Bears-Packers game this weekend for NFL playoffs is going to be on Amazon Prime. And Disney is going to be phasing out the Hulu app. They bought Hulu. So if you've had Hulu, that was actually my first streaming app that I ever had was Hulu. But I've got the whole bundle. So I've got ESPN Plus, Disney Plus, Hulu. I've got too many of these. So I'm going to be okay because as it fully integrates, Hulu's going to become part of Disney Plus's streaming. But my question, Ian, was what if I'm one of those early adopters and I just stuck with Hulu and I didn't do the Disney thing? how am I going to get my Hulu if I've just got Hulu and Hulu goes away? Apparently, with Hulu being phased out, you're going to access it through Disney Plus, but you're only going to have access to the Hulu section.
Yeah, and then...
Because that makes sense. Oh, well, turn on Hulu. Oh, okay. So I log in through Disney Plus, then I just get the Hulu content through Disney Plus. So am I a Disney Plus subscriber or no? No, you are not, but that's where your Hulu will live.
I think you're having an identity crisis. That's what psychologists call it.
It just hurts my head.
Yeah, and I like the Hulu logo and the interface. You're going to have to learn a new interface. Or will the Hulu interface still be in the Disney Plus app? Will you still have the green Hulu?
I think so.
The boom, it makes that boom noise.
At some
starts up.
Boop.
Boop.
That's new noise. That's what's going to happen when they integrate.
It'd be very
It's going to be a
diminutive.
boop. What I think is going to happen with all of these is we're going to end up with like 2, maybe 3 max. You're going to end up with, if I had to guess right now, I'd say it'll be like YouTube and Netflix. And maybe Disney would be like a third. But it's going to start to look a lot like, hey, cable eventually got down to like you had cable and then you had DirecTV and Dish Network. And you had 3 options. I think we're going to see a lot of the same when it comes to the streamers. And it's like, okay, well, you log on to Netflix. And then if you want this, that, or the other, you can add it.
Little add-on
But we're
upgrade.
going to just have 3 main ones. So as much as you tried to, you mentioned cut the cord a few minutes ago, which was the
possible now.
the cool 2018 lingo.
You're right. It's been a few years.
They have figured out now 100% how to capture all of our money and take even more.
They wrap the cord around our neck. At least our wallet.
You cut it, and now they took it and they wrapped it around you.
Wrapped it right around.
They have got you.
Yeah, Netflix trying to acquire Warner Bros. And all these big deals. And I think you're right. It'll be down to 2 or 3 and then kind of sequestered in these apps will be, whatever the one you liked. It's so annoying. People start talking about these streaming shows like, hey, this is a new show. They're like, oh, yeah, sounds great. And then it's always on the app you don't have.
No, see, I just tell Chris, you need to give me your...
Give me the login.
Yeah,
Hand it
and
over.
Chris is like, no, I will not do that. You can't have it. So then I have to go.
Legal, huh?
I have to go and perhaps use some less than legal means to come about it.
And I bet I would not be surprised as AI advances, they will start to snuff.
Oh, they're going to get even better. They already have.
Yeah, I mean, hey, they don't want you 10 people on an account.
No,
it's
even
like
even
going
my
to the
roommate
drive-in.
and I, like he's like, well, I have it here on my phone, but I can't get it on the TV.
Right, or if you travel.
Oh no, they are very good at snuffing all of that out now. Hey, they change lives every day. Now it's your turn to change theirs. Nominate a deserving teacher to win $2,500 as part of KTAR's Pay Tribute to a Teacher, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Text teacher to 620-620 to nominate an incredible Arizona teacher. A dream home. It immediately conjures up an image in your head. We're going to find out what Ian's dream home looks like next when we touch on the day's other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. The Volley's next on The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
The 34th Annual Maricopa County Home and Garden Show is back.
This weekend only at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
This is your one-stop shop to upgrade your home, garden, and lifestyle.
Tour the Tiny Home Street of Dreams.
Indulge your way through Taste of the Desert.
And explore hundreds of plants, decor, and garden treasures.
Plus, over 1,000 home improvement experts offering home show-only deals you won't find anywhere else. This weekend only at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
Tickets and details at mchomeshows.com.
For 35 years, Mountainside Fitness has helped keep the Valley healthy with 25 locations and counting. Join today and get $0 enrollment plus your first 30 days free. Your membership includes full service locker rooms, free towel service, 70-plus fitness classes weekly, wellness amenities, interactive childcare, and top-of-the-line cardio and strength equipment. MountainsideFitness.com. Lift local with Mountainside Fitness.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, NMLS 18976.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
You're never more than 15 minutes away from today's top news stories. Arizona's breaking news and traffic leader with Arizona's largest radio news team. KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
Governors and gubernatorial candidates, members of Congress from back when Congress worked together, and members of Congress from today when they can't. This is Jim Sharp. Join me as I bring you political analysis and insight from the state's top names and those serving in our state's top offices on the AZ Political Podcast. Catch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. I'm Melody Burkett.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
The state has reached a first-of-its-kind settlement with Dairy Business Riverview LLP to help conserve water in southern Arizona. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the news center to tell us how much.
Speaking in Cochise County, State Attorney General Chris May says Riverview Dairy has agreed to put up $11 million for residents impacted by excessive groundwater pumping.
Funds can be used to drill new wells for those who need it, install water tanks, support water hauling, and fund other emergency or interim residential water supply measures.
Riverview has also agreed to fallow or not plant 2,000 acres of row crops, which Mays estimates will save 100,000 acre-feet of groundwater over the next 14 years. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Avalo Airlines will soon end its participation with Department of Homeland Security deportation flights. The airline goes on to say it'll be closing its base at Mesa Gateway Airport January 27th. Avalo tells KTAR News the program provides short-term benefits, but did not deliver enough consistent and predictable revenue to overcome costs. KTAR eyes on the economy. The Valley has been busy building all kinds of industrial space as our state's economy continues to boom, but hasn't been too much too fast. New commercial real estate properties are coming online that are now struggling to fill the space. Doug Ressler with Yardi Matrix says this is because developers rushed to build following the pandemic. And now they're having to wait a bit longer than what they predicted.
Well, I think the cliche is they got a little bit over their skis a little bit 2 years ago. And so what they're waiting for the dynamics of the market demand to catch up. So the supply was really built out of sync with what the true demand really was.
Phoenix industrial vacancy hit 13.4% in the third quarter of last year, more than 1.5% higher than the year before. And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. Just looking at the map right now, if you're heading to the Fiesta Bowl tonight, which is going to kick off in 2 hours, you're going to start noticing, starting from the westbound I-10 Papago Freeway, you're going to see a lot of traffic starting from 16th Street all the way to 59th Avenue. But once you get to 67th, it's pretty clear, and you're going to have no issues going from 67th Avenue all the way to the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound transition into the stadium. So if you're trying to get there, I'd recommend start moving now rather than later. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane, Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near Hohokam Expressway. Chandler with a crash blocking the left lanes, Loop 202 Santiago Freeway eastbound approaching State Route 87. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Showers letting up this afternoon, and we'll be seeing cooler temperatures heading into Saturday. Right now, it's 52 degrees in Scottsdale. Don't let market conditions rain on your parade. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. I am Joe Huizinga, joined today Ian Schwartz in for Chris Merrill. Ian is a meteorologist, reporter over at Arizona's Family. So happy to have him in for Chris today. Chris will be back tomorrow. He was in for Broomhead today. Now that I've got your bingo card up to date, we're going to touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. It's time to tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley.
Ian.
Okay.
Last year's most popular Valley Zillow listing was a 21,000 square foot mansion in Scottsdale.
That's it?
It featured an underground basketball court.
It doubles as a panic room.
And a 9-hole putting green, 2 resort-style pools, 7 bedrooms, 17 bathrooms.
17 bathrooms? What are they eating?
It seemed odd to me, but that is how they wrote it up.
7 bedrooms and 17 bathrooms.
That is what it said in the story I read. Again,
maybe the owner
I
has
think it could have been
IBS.
flipped, but
they need a bathroom at any moment.
Hey, as somebody with IBS, you can never have enough bathrooms.
17,
Let me tell you, I'm on board.
You turn a corner.
My
good.
dream home, 7 bedrooms, 86 bathrooms.
86 bathrooms.
You turn bathroom. It's going to be right there.
Gosh.
So it's still on the market for a cool $18.5 million.
18 is this Paradise Valley, I'm assuming?
Scottsdale area.
Okay.
So
18 mil.
I expect you to buy this when you ink your next deal.
Yeah, let me rub a couple of credit cards
That's
together.
right.
You guys take credit?
Yep, we do. I want to know, what are your must-haves in a dream home?
Yard.
So, that's yard? That's not a very sexy answer. Come on. Hit me with something cool.
Well, I mean, palatial.
Oh, okay.
So,
palatial yard.
So a resort pool.
Okay. Like, do you have like a dog?
Oh, yeah. I got 2 dogs.
You know, like a lion or something that you would have out in your yard?
Yes, I would have lions, of
Mountain
course,
lion,
tigers,
of course.
exotic birds. No, I like hanging out in the patio. I like grilling.
Okay.
So for me, like the backyard is like one of the most important parts of the house, even though it's not even in the house. But
now, would you go with the legit grass, or would you go the artificial turf, like a putting green out there? Would you go with a nice desert landscape? What would the yard? What would it look like?
Well, we're in a desert.
Yeah.
I'm a meteorologist, so I should probably be conserving.
I know, but some good Bermuda grass out there in the summer.
If you can
it feels
keep it
great under your feet.
That is true. Well, the winter rye
The
is
winter
what I
rye,
really
perennial.
like. That Bermuda gets a little itchy. I would have a little bit of grass,
Okay.
but I do like the desert landscape. I like bougainvilleas, but then they'd be getting in the pool. But I'd have like 30 landscapers, so it wouldn't matter. They'd be, taking care of that. But I don't know. I don't need a basketball court.
Okay.
I would want, what I would want, and I've seen this, like the uber
What about like a
rich do this.
huge closet?
I don't like shopping for clothes.
No, so you're
a
the
secret
TV guy.
room.
You don't have. Oh, so you
The
do have.
book. Yeah, I'd like the book you pull.
Bomb shelter.
Yeah, speakeasy. I mean, it could be the man cave back there, but like, it'd be the little the bust. You turn the statue head, pull the book, and then you do something else. And I did a story on that. There's a place in Gilbert, and they make it. He's made it for like Shaws and stuff, and
Nice.
and they
The Maduro room.
Well, that didn't work.
It did not. I think he got injured trying to get into his.
Yeah, I was
in Caracas.
I don't know. He did like the Temu panic room
But we're gonna go like a fully decked out,
because that would be cool to show someone. Imagine they're like, "Hey, you see this bookcase?"
A Schwartz shelter, if you will.
Yes, you pull a book. That would be kind of cool.
Okay, I like that.
Beautiful kitchen, beautiful range. Those Sub-Zero fridges. That stuff is all cool. But yeah, I'm kind of a simple man.
Okay, Pablo, dream home. What's it gonna have?
I need to have a complex so I can have my mom.
Complex.
Well, it's just gonna have my mom there.
Oh, yeah.
So she can have her own place and have her own.
So it's got a pretty nice guest house.
Yeah,
then,
guest
too.
house. But
okay.
but for me, like a recording studio.
Okay, I like that.
Like bring musicians in, do
That's
some.
good.
Or just jam out and stuff like that.
A little chill room.
Mine would have a mini golf course.
Oh, okay.
I think that'd be
putt,
cool.
Putt?
Yeah. And it would have like the windmill and all that cool stuff too.
It's
It
like
wouldn't
golf land.
Yeah, it would be awesome like that. You got to have that.
Yeah, I think high security would be kind of cool. Like cool cameras. And then tech, like some of the new tech is wild, the stuff that you can do.
Oh, it's insane.
Like I think that would have to be incorporated. A turret with a guy, with an M16 out front. Just to flex.
You're not even going to need that though with the Schwartz shelter.
That's true.
You're just going to have the turret just to be like, what's that? That guy's got a turret.
Yeah, like man, that guy's kind of important.
I thought he just reported and did the weather.
Nope.
Wow, he's got a turret.
When you get the forecast wrong, people come after. Yes, you do need that type of protection.
There you go. Wow.
Oh, my
there you go. I'm like, yes, hello, Ian Schwartz today reporting from my turret. I might get it wrong,
from the
and
bunker.
if I do, don't come for me.
That's right. You don't even try coming to this address.
Ian, the American dream goes hand in hand with, as we just mentioned, the larger suburban house. But as the size of the American home has nearly doubled, the people living in them aren't any happier. This comes from the Washington Post. Space is only one of many variables in the equation of a happy life, according to Mariano Rojas, an economist at the National Technological Institute of Mexico. It's not the most important. I want to know from you, what to you is the most important variable or variables to having a happy life, other than, of course, your turret?
Other than the turret. Health is the obvious answer.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of a lame one. But
but without it, you're kind of in trouble. That's why you got to have the 85 bathrooms in the home when the IBS kicks up.
Yeah, exactly. Got to stay
health?
regular.
Okay, that's a good one.
I think health is up there. Family's pretty important to me.
That's why we talk about often on the show, like Pablo, don't get depressing today. Pablo sometimes says that he's ready to tap out, like in his 60s.
Oh,
he's like, no, I don't want to get old.
I have friends who say that. They say, just put me out, take me like a horse.
I don't want
and shoot me.
Pablo wants to
I
get
hope
into
it
one
happens
of those,
naturally.
No, you want to get into one of those things in Denmark.
Switzerland?
And just
the pod?
Yeah.
Don't
suicide
worry.
pod.
It's
no.
not.
What do you do with the pod?
You take an eternal nap.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Yeah, don't do that.
I'm not suicidal. I'm just saying that I don't want to get old and
don't worry. AI, what's the stuff you're going to see in 20 years? You're going to be your consciousness is going to be downloaded into a robot. So
Pablo,
don't
what
worry.
about this? What if we just laid you in a bed?
Yeah.
But with AI, you're going to think you're like you right now. You're going to be like, everything is hunky-dory. You're just going to lay there and chill.
No, the Matrix.
You'd be like Neo. You're like, I want to learn how to do karate.
Isn't Avatar kind of like that too? Isn't Avatar like they're all just kind of laying in beds?
I think
and then
so.
They're in that other world doing their thing?
Why not? Download me into the new body
There you
or the
go.
bed
You
or
would
whatever.
never get a forecast wrong.
No.
Like, hey,
you could have anything you wanted.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think that's all right.
Health. I like health.
What's your keys to happiness?
Well, health was a really good one I wasn't even thinking of. I was thinking, obviously, like a partner.
Yeah,
like love. I think
love,
I think
yes,
that is very
absolutely.
important. And I am without love. Pablo is newly with love again, and look how happy he is.
Look how fat I got.
No,
that's what happened.
Marriage can do that.
But that's good.
That's right.
Yeah, no, but I think love. Finding someone that you feel like, you know what. They ask this stuff on the Hinges and the Bumbles all the time, and it drives me nuts. Like, what are you looking for? And like I told somebody in our newsroom the other day, I said, it's a real simple answer, but to some people it's so complex.
Yeah, don't overthink it.
I'm just looking for someone who takes me to another level. I take them to another level.
A great
but they
team.
also accept me for me.
Yeah, warts and all.
That's how simple it is.
Yes,
it's
absolutely.
not like 85 boxes and it's like, well, must be blonde, 7'6", root for the Yankees, but likes the Fiesta Bowl. And it's like, I don't need to check these crazy boxes. It's like you could be any number of different people, but just accepts me for me, wants to help make me better, wants to be better, believes I can help make them better because I know I can too. That's it.
I'm inspired.
Thank you.
Jeez. I think that's the problem with the apps. People are able to they want to go through that checklist because it's like, I need to do all this efficiently.
It drives me crazy.
And it's like the old-fashioned way. You just kind of learn that along the way.
You and Pablo, you guys have it figured out. Because
we'll
let
see.
me tell you,
I've only been married a year, so we'll see.
Doing better than me. I mean, Pablo pulled a real good one.
I didn't pull a good one. It happened on me.
He told us he got married last year, and he's still actually not.
I am.
Are you married or not?
I got a marriage license.
Are you married?
Well, it's not. It's like you're pregnant or you're not.
Are you?
No, it's not. You don't get a license when you're pregnant. You have to go to the court and pay them $80 and whatever.
Are you married?
Are you married? You're on the stand.
By the law?
Yes.
By the law.
Yes.
And then what's the other?
Are.
So what's the no version then?
They didn't sign the paper.
Oh.
See? I would
so
say
it's not legal. I think you both have to sign. I think.
No, I think he's saying like the court didn't sign the paper, right?
Oh, they have to sign too.
Yeah. I think his partner.
That's kind of probably the most important part.
His partner,
Otherwise, you're playing make believe.
No, his partner signed the paper. The court didn't sign the paper.
That is arguably the most important signature.
Okay, we're on it. I mean, we got 6 more months to get it done.
But see, the court didn't sign the paper.
Oh,
yet.
yeah, that happens a lot because that's. I got married in Albuquerque, and we both signed it. And then came back to Phoenix and then had to mail it back to the court. So you need to get that in the mail.
Nah.
It's like a ballot. It's just sitting.
No
it's
rush.
your mail-in ballot. It's sitting on the counter, and there's stuff on it.
Hey, with KTAR's afternoon show, you've got Bruce, of course, race car driver. You've got Gatos. He's in softball shape. Luckily, when it comes to youth sports, softball is a lot more affordable than race car driving, right? Right?
Probably, yeah.
Well, we're going to find out what Gatos' limit is when it comes to competing next. It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Summers keep getting longer and longer, which means they're only a few months away from cranking up the air. And if you're like me, you close those thermal curtains and turn your home into a dungeon just to keep the cold in and the hot out. And we both know the problem is in our windows. Chris Merrill for Advanced Window Products. Now is the smartest time to replace your leaky, discolored, warping aluminum windows with the highest quality custom vinyl replacements you can find from Advanced Window Products. No middleman markups. Sales and installation are in-house, and most homes installed in just one day. Advanced Window Products, they build the windows, they install the windows, they guarantee them for life. That includes labor, glass, parts, and it's even transferable if you sell your home. And right now, during the New Year's special, you save $1,250 when you replace 5 windows or more, or $2,500 when you replace 10 or more. Factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less. Financing available. Payments as low as $150 a month. Call Advanced Window Products at 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280, or visit advancedwindows.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:48, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Warner Brothers Discovery has again rejected a hostile takeover bid from Paramount.
Warner Brothers Discovery continues to tell its shareholders that Netflix is better positioned for a takeover than Skydance-owned Paramount, even though the Paramount deal does seem to look better on paper. Last month, Paramount CEO David Ellison's father, Larry, said he would personally back more than $40 billion in equity financing for the offer, but Warner says its board has determined the deal is not in the best interest of shareholders. Netflix has offered $72 billion for Warner Brothers Discovery's streaming and studio business. For now, Paramount's hostile bid is still on the table. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Giving you another look at the Fiesta Bowl traffic. If you're coming from the Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway northbound, starting from Broadway Road all the way to the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound transition, you're going to see a lot of red. But once you hit 67th Avenue, you're going to have a pretty okay time. It is starting to get a little bit yellowish in the area just because a lot of people are now starting to get there. But once you transition from there to the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound, you should have a pretty easy time getting in. So if you're trying to go in, hurry now rather than later. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane, Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, westbound near Ho-Ho-Com Expressway. Chandler with a crash blocking left lane, Loop 202, Santan Freeway, eastbound near State Route 87. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty, and with over 1,400 5-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
It's Gatos, and guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free when you mention Gatos. That's a $299 value. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort at the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat, get you solid and ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Arizona's the second worst state for online scams. LaDonna Harvey and I will have the shocking numbers as well as the huge jump we've seen in the most shocking of online crimes Friday on Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. I am Joe Huizinga. He is Ian Schwartz. Make sure to check us out on the KTAR News YouTube feed. Ian's the good-looking one. I'm the one dressed like a clown that looks like a meteorological weather pattern.
It was perfect for today.
That's what I was going for.
You dressed the part.
I try to match the skills of my host. That's why most days I look like clown to match Chris, and today, meteorological weather pattern to match some of your biggest strengths, Ian.
Yeah, something like that. It was a nice day. Got some storms out of it.
From the Washington Post, Lindsay Rector added up the costs as she waited for her son to finish his baseball lesson. Pay attention over there, Gatos. It was $60 a week for the baseball lesson. A new bat was $500. His club baseball team in Boynton Beach, Florida, and it's 3 practices a week, $3,000 a year. What? Out-of-town tournaments, of course, cost extra. Last summer, the team traveled to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. This summer, they were going to head to Cooperstown, New York. She figures she spends $8,000 a year on baseball for her 12-year-old son. Gatos, we know you're in softball shape. The price of youth sports is hitting thousands each year for parents. Is there a limit where you'd say no to softball for yourself?
Wow, it doesn't cost me much to do that.
Well, you do. I know you have a very special bat, though.
I do.
Did that thing cost you $500?
No, a couple $100 tops.
Okay. Wow. What about if you had a kid who was in youth sports? Would you say like, hey, we're not paying $8,000 for you to do this?
It all depends. I mean, first of all, does your kid really want to do it? Mm-hmm. Or are you pushing your kid to do it?
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Second of all, does your kid have some skill? Because if you realize, and you have to take yourself out of it as a parent, because of course you think your kid is the best and doesn't do anything wrong. Like if your kid has some serious skill, you can invest in that. There's no reason not to.
Sure.
But yeah, it gets expensive, and I'm sure for some parents there's got to be a cutoff. Because you can look down the road and say, yeah, my kid can probably get a scholarship. But not every kid can do that in sports.
Most can't do it. But if you're a musician, a kid's going to continue with music, not just a few lessons. He's never going to pick it up again. You're buying a violin, something like that. But for $8,000, what happened
a year?
What happened to stickball?
$8,000 a year.
I loved stickball, man. It was the easiest thing. You get a tennis ball.
That's it.
Get a stick.
Hit
the crap out of that ball.
Free.
It was awesome.
Almost free.
Gatos, I heard rumblings that there was going to be a second 5 o'clock face-off coming up today. Is that true?
We're going to do that.
Had one yesterday, of course, 5 o'clock face-off.
Yeah, every Wednesday at 5. Mm-hmm. We have to do it today.
No.
And I think it's necessary. It's the biggest story on the planet. It's, we thought Venezuela was a big deal, and certainly it was, but that's out of the news now, and it is. Does an ICE agent have to shoot 3 times into a car to stop a lady? I mean, that's what we're going to talk about. It's a 5 o'clock face-off. We've got a terrific panel, and we're going to do a full hour. We're going to break it down, and we're going to talk about it. I think they murdered the girl, the lady. I think they murdered her. I think they did a terrible job. I think if you really want to go through it, clip by clip and stage by stage, that ICE agent was out of the way of the car and still fired into the car. And you don't need to do that. And it's against policy anyway. But the administration doesn't know that.
Coming up at 5 o'clock today, Bruce and Gatos, Outspoken. You'll get a second helping of the 5 o'clock face-off. If you unfortunately missed it yesterday, you get it again today. Make sure not to miss it. 5 o'clock face-off with Bruce and Gatos. They're coming up just 5 minutes from right now. Outspoken on KTAR News. Ian Schwartz, thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure. Enjoy the rain, and we'll do it again sometime. And I'm getting the radar suit next time I'm back in here with you.
I look forward to you coming back in sometime soon. And I'm Joe Huizinga. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Here in the Valley, we have plenty of healthcare options, but not all of them offer the kind of care we truly want. I'm Jim Sharp, and like you, I value unhurried care, where your doctor takes the time to listen, understand, and treat you with the attention you deserve. That's why I want to tell you about the Midwestern University Clinics. At Midwestern, it's different. As a teaching facility, their students and expert faculty work together to provide unhurried, affordable, and compassionate care. They take the time to listen, examine, and understand your unique needs needs without the pressure of meeting patient quotas. Whether you need family medicine, dental, vision, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech-language services, or psychological care, Midwestern University clinics offer it all in one convenient location. Experience the Midwestern difference for yourself. Call 623-537-6000 or visit MWUclinics.com to schedule your appointment today. MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you, gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
The holidays are a time to be joyful. However, for many, this can be a very difficult time. At Revival Psychiatry, we understand and want you to know that you are not alone. From personalized diagnosis and therapy to medication management and non-invasive ketamine treatments, we're here for you. In-person and telehealth options available. We accept most insurance plans. Revival Psychiatry. Compassionate care that meets you where you are. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Melody Burkett. Tonight, the Valley is hosting the Fiesta Bowl, bringing in fans from Miami and Mississippi to our streets and in a game that'll determine who goes to the College Football National Championship. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live outside State Farm Stadium talking with tailgaters and fans.
Yeah, Melody, it is packed down here at the stadium as we're seeing those Ole Miss and Miami fans head into State Farm. Lots of red and green out here, and the excitement is high ahead of this game. Miami fan Chris Miller is in from California, and he says he's looking forward to his first game at State Farm and, of course, hoping for a Miami win tonight.
Yeah, very excited for the game. Excited. Miami hasn't been here in a long time. Mississippi, same thing. So both teams, it's a big step for both their programs, and excited to come out and watch the game, yeah.
Though he says he wasn't expecting rain in the Valley of the Sun today, and it is a little, at least for us Flatlanders, chilly down here now. Kickoff at 5:30, live at State Farm Stadium. Ballin over Stoles, KTAR News.
Thanks, Ballin.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Dairy company Riverview LLP has agreed to an $11 million settlement with Arizona over groundwater. State Attorney General Chris May says the funds can be used to drill new wells in Cochise County, install water tanks, and help with water hauling.
The money will be available for impacted residents, schools, and special districts, water companies, or municipalities that provide domestic water services.
Assistance applications open on April 8th. The agriculture business has also agreed to leave 2,000 acres of farmland unsown for a period of time, which is expected to save 100,000 acre-feet of groundwater over 14 years. 15 years to the day later, the U.S. House marks the mass shooting that left then Congresswoman Gabby Giffords critically hurt.
Gun violence didn't end 15 years ago. It continues to devastate our schools, our churches, our grocery stores, and our neighborhoods, shattering lives and leaving families and communities forever changed.
Democratic Representative Adelita Grijalva says the U.S. must recommit itself to ending gun violence. The Senate advanced a resolution Thursday that would limit President Donald Trump's ability to conduct further attacks against Venezuela, sounding a note of disapproval for his expanding ambitions in the Western Hemisphere. The vote was 52-47, with 5 Republicans voting for the bill. Trump's administration is now seeking to control Venezuela's oil resources and its government, but the War Powers resolution would require congressional approval for any further attacks on the South American country. U.S. Senator for Arizona Ruben Gallegos said in a post on X, "The Senate has made it clear we will not send our young men and women off to war to line the pockets of big oil." The flu continues to creep through the country, at last count sending at least 120,000 people to the hospital. Tragically, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has recorded 5,000 deaths related to the illness this season.
Dallas area physician Cesar Termolo knows how deadly the flu can be, and not because he's a pediatrician.
My daughter died from the flu.
In 2019, 16-year-old Reese Termolo got sick.
Her first fever was January 9th.
24 hours later,
she passed away January 10th.
Reese had been vaccinated, but the vaccine that year didn't protect against the strain of the illness that killed her. Still, Dr. Termolo urges parents to make sure their kids have their shots.
You have to be able to take the flu seriously.
Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. If you're heading to the game tonight, we're about an hour and a half till kickoff. Westbound I-10 is really starting to kick up, starting from 16th Street all the way to 91st Avenue, where the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound transition is. But once you get in onto the 101 and heading into Glendale, you should have a pretty okay time heading in there, but if you're trying to get there, get moving. Tolleson with a disabled vehicle blocking center lane, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near 83rd Avenue, Tempe with crash on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway, eastbound approaching the Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound transition. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Still a chance of more scattered showers heading into the evening. It'll be cooling off with the coldest day of the year expected on Saturday. Right now, it's mostly cloudy and 56 in Tempe. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, first hour of the program.
Yes, a lot of people tell you the first hour. Best of the hours.
Well, something we do on Wednesday, hopefully you caught it yesterday, we call it the 5 o'clock face-off. Political hour, talk about what Trump's doing, talk about, the race, Hobbs, and whoever's running against her and all that kind of stuff.
The big political stories of the day.
Yeah. Yesterday was huge, obviously, with the shooting. in Minneapolis, ICE. We're going to do another 5 o'clock face-off, and obviously that's coming up in about 1 hour.
Okay.
Make sure you are here. It is going to be good. We've got all sides of this issue covered. So the 5 o'clock face-off, a special edition, is coming up in about 55 minutes. Make sure you're here. It is must listen to. And if you want to watch it on our YouTube channel, please go ahead and do so.
Yeah. And again, we'll have a full studio full of guests, different perspectives, opinions, backgrounds, some experts that also might help us add some context to the story.
Absolutely.
Fair?
Yes.
Yeah. We continue though with the story, and where do you want to start with this? I guess we're 24 hours removed now,
right?
And everyone has, well, predictably, the partisans have retreated to their corners. They watched the exact same video and came up with diametrically opposed,
credible
opinions on
I wonder where independents like me, if folks who are independents, since everything is political, like, are you with me on this one, or are you? Because I don't know. I mean, like, if you're MAGA,
ICE can do no wrong.
I believe that's mostly the case.
Yeah.
You're siding with them. If you're a liberal, you want to defund ICE.
Right.
You hate ICE. You hated them before anyway too. But if you're an independent, I really think that's an interesting question. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit later, because I was pretty clear the way that I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she's a domestic terrorist. I think that's insane.
Right.
I think it's absolutely
but
insane.
That's the partisan nut talking point.
To come out and say that. J.D. Vance called her a deranged leftist.
Of course he would.
It really is incredible that, this administration, boy, do they like to just bag on the dead guy. Like Rob Reiner, dead. Let's trash that guy.
Yeah, but if you talk about one of their dead guys,
Holy
careful.
moly.
They're very thin-skinned little
Charlie
snowflakes.
Kirk.
Can't handle it both directions.
Yeah. And again, to be very fair, I hated what I saw with Charlie Kirk and people saying, "Oh, I'm so glad he's dead." That's awful. That's awful. But it really is incredible. Like, Rob Reiner, dead. How can I trash him? Trump did that. Okay, so now this woman, whatever you think of her, she's dead. And she just gets trashed, not only by Donald Trump, but by J.D. Vance, by Caroline Levitt.
Before any investigation, before anything other.
She's a deranged leftist?
Well, they thought that before it happened. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, they think everybody that's opposed to ICE doing this in the communities is a deranged leftist.
I understand that, but but we don't usually hear that from political, I don't even know what to call leaders. I mean, you don't hear that. Like, if this was the George Bush administration, or if this was the Obama administration.
No other decent president would ever talk like that.
What you would do is you would come out and you would say, listen, today we just had a tragedy.
Let the investigation play out.
We have to figure out what happened.
Whatever. Yeah, you know all the talking points.
We have to figure out what happened.
Now, well, I hope you're not expecting that.
I'm not expecting it.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it. But also, I mean, boy, you're a victim and you're dead. And then, the family is grieving, and put whoever dead person you want in there, Rob Reiner or this poor woman, and they just trash her.
Yeah.
Right out of the gate. I mean, like 20 minutes after what happened yesterday.
As expected.
She's a terrorist?
Yeah.
Really? And some of you believe that?
Of course they do.
Come on.
Yeah.
When
dear leader tells you what it is, you have to believe dear leader.
Let's think for ourselves just once in a while.
Yeah.
Once in a while.
There were lots of protests last night. From everything, and more today, I guess. From everything I saw, relatively peaceful. Is that fair to say? The protests.
I think I mean, I didn't see anything that was out of control. Did you?
No, I did.
And by the way, thank God.
That's a positive.
Yeah, because when someone gets killed in your neighborhood and you go burn a bunch of crap down, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
That's the
when
worst
you burn
thing.
your own neighborhood
It's
down.
the worst thing that you can do.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad that didn't happen.
Agreed. So there are a lot of questions that reasonable and sane people have. I think one of them is on what is the DHS policy on use of force?
It's a great question.
What is the policy?
And
did the officer follow policy?
Right. And I know you've got this handled, and I want to hear what you have to say, because I know you looked it up. But I asked about 6 friends of mine, some they're all cops, either retired or on the force.
Okay.
And I said, you watched the video? Yeah. All 6, there's no way I'd fire in that car. And, many of you say, well, they're probably all liberal. Yeah. No. I have one buddy who's such a MAGA guy. I love this guy. He's awesome. No way would I fire into that car. Absolutely no way. I wanted to ask, was it going to be split? 6, 3-3? But no, it was 6-0. Former cops that I know or current cops that I know told me after watching the videos, they wouldn't have shot into the car. And at least a few of them said, and I don't know a single cop who would have fired into that situation. So what's the rules?
I'm looking at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security policy on the use of force. It's on Homeland Security, what do you call it? Letterhead. All right? I have to scroll down. Sorry. It's literally a PDF file. Deadly force. General guidelines. A. It's section 6 for those of you following along. As with any use of force, a LEO, law enforcement officer, use of deadly force must be objectively reasonable in light of the facts and circumstances confronting the LEO at the time force is applied.
Right. You'd have to ask, would a reasonable individual shoot into that car in that specific instance?
DHS LEOs may use deadly force only when necessary. That is, when the LEO has a reasonable belief that the subject of such force poses an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury to the LEO or to another person.
Okay, so let me butt in here again. That officer could have thought that his life was in danger, and that's why he shot into the car.
So let's go with this.
Okay.
That was part A. Part B, fleeing subjects. Deadly force shall not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing subject.
Say it again.
Deadly force shall
I don't
not...
say it to be
okay,
rude
I didn't know
or
if you were
anything.
being smart
Or
aleck.
I'm not being a smart aleck. I want you to actually say it again.
I'm reading this verbatim.
Right.
It's under fleeing subjects. Deadly force shall not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing subject. Now, I'm going to finish it. However, deadly force is authorized to prevent the escape of a fleeing subject where the LEO has a reasonable belief that the subject poses a significant threat of death or serious physical harm to the LEO or others, and such force is necessary to prevent escape. You ready? Under Section B, discharge of firearms. Moving vehicles, vessels, aircraft, and other conveyances, any other vehicle. DHS LEOs are prohibited from discharging firearms at the operator of a moving vehicle, vessel, aircraft, or other conveyance unless the use of deadly force against the operator is justified under the standards articulated elsewhere in this policy. Now, one of the reasons why, and I don't think this is unique to DHS, one of the reasons why almost all law enforcement agencies have a policy against shooting into a vehicle, a moving vehicle, is you don't know where that vehicle is going to continue to.
See, I would think also you don't know where that bullet is going to go.
Yeah, but if you shoot into a moving vehicle and you disable, kill, whatever, that vehicle now is a missile. You know what I'm saying? And who knows who could be harmed by that vehicle. And if you look at what happened in Minneapolis, I mean, the car continued after they shot her in the head.
Right.
And it only stopped when it struck a parked car in a tree, I believe. But it would have kept going if there was a school bus stop right there. It would have gone right through it. I mean, I think she was killed instantly.
I saw a quote from former ICE director. The ICE agents' actions yesterday in Minnesota condemned them. DHS official telling NBC News the ICE agent who fired did not follow proper procedure.
Well, I just read you their guidelines.
It just doesn't on
There's
paper.
a little gray in there, but there is seems like there's some pretty solid wording on use of force.
Well, I always wanted to know, I mean, even yesterday when this happened, when do you fire into a car?
According to their policy, they are prohibited from discharging firearms at the operator of a moving vehicle, vessel, aircraft, or other conveyance unless the use of deadly force is justified under the standards articulated elsewhere.
Yeah.
Before using deadly force under these circumstances, the LEO must take into consideration the hazards that may be posed to law enforcement and innocent bystanders by an out-of-control conveyance or vehicle.
Right. I think that everybody has their opinion on this. And we talked about this yesterday. I think it's kind of split down the middle, Bruce. I think we're going to have a 50-50 deal here.
I don't think it's going to be 50-50. I'll be surprised if it's 50-50. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. It could be.
I
would be surprised.
I think the two things that aren't being talked about as much is, why did the agent who shot the lady get to leave the scene of a shooting? Boy, you're a cop. You're not leaving. You're not going anywhere.
We'll get into this a little later, but DHS also has a policy on rendering medical aid to people.
Which is a great point, because the agent who shot the woman, strolled down the street, looked in, saw her bleeding out, and walked back to his position.
In violation of their DHS
That is not
policy.
rendering aid.
That's in violation of policy.
That's being a jackass. You just killed somebody, and maybe she's still alive. Okay? If you think you did your job, that's on you, okay?
Listen,
let me finish. If you think you did your job right by shooting 3 times into a car, and you went and checked on her, and you didn't do anything, which is absolutely the case, you didn't render aid. You're supposed to be trained to do that. And you leave?
No.
And that is a fact. There's no dispute about that.
No.
This guy strolled down. Oh, he was injured. No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
If you look at the video of him walking, he's fine. He strolled down, looked at the body, turned around, went no sense of urgency to, maybe I should see if she has a pulse. Maybe I should render aid. That guy did not do that. And then he left the scene.
I've seen plenty of police-involved shootings, legitimate ones even, where a suspect brandished a gun at an officer. The minute that gun is secured, you see officers immediately begin rendering aid.
Absolutely.
CPR, trying to stop the bleed. Even the one they created. That's the policy.
So you either have to ask yourself, was the man in shock and he didn't do it? Or was he not trained properly? He was on the force for 10 years. Looked like he was trained.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't look like he was trained to me. Or C, did he not give a damn? I'm going with C. I don't think he gave a crap.
Certainly possible. Okay. Quick shout out to everyone listening in Peoria, all the Peoriites. Thank you guys for listening. Shout out to Peoria. Coming up next, it's the new way that people are saving money. It sounds really uncomfortable. We'll talk about it next, Outspoken on KTAR.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:20, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. New research in the British Medical Journal shows that stopping weight loss drugs like Wegovy can lead to faster weight gain than people on traditional diets.
About half of all people who go on GLP-1 drugs like Wegovy or Ozempic stop taking them within the first year, either because of the high cost or the side effects like nausea. And now, new research in the British Medical Journal shows when they do that, they return to their original weight within 2 years. That's about 4 times faster than when people follow traditional behavioral weight management programs. Some doctors, though, say even a short-term weight correction could have benefits, and they add more longer-term studies are needed.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. We're about an hour and 10 minutes till kickoff. The Fiesta Bowl traffic is still kicking up, starting from the westbound I-10 Papago Freeway. You're going to see it starting to really build up from 16th Street all the way down to 91st Avenue, where the transition ramp to the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound is. But once you get into there and start heading into Glendale, you should have no issues getting into the stadium. Buckeye with debris on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Verrado Way. In Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 northbound near Dixaletta Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
That's right. We jump right into it. And Gatos, I got to tell you, you always see these things about, what people are going through and what are they doing to save money. And I'm genuinely curious if some people are actually doing some of these things. Young adults say they're going through hard times. There's some new study out there from the people that do studies that say 68% doubt they'll ever retire. 56% said they have no life outside of work.
Oh.
And they say they are taking extreme measures to save money, make ends meet. Are you ready for some of the extreme measures?
Yeah, because, I think... Yeah, I'm ready. I think I have a couple in my head, but go ahead.
Okay. We're not talking about, not going to Starbucks. That's not extreme.
Are people giving blood?
Taking cold showers.
Oh, and they're not giving blood.
Not using hot water. Turning a hot water heater off in your house.
No.
Right? How about this?
Oh, gosh.
Cutting their own hair. Okay, man, that might explain it, because have you seen kids today? By the way, their haircuts are ridiculous. The ones that they look like they have broccoli on top of their head. What the hell is going on?
All right.
You guys are going to look back at this. By the way, I'm just going to tell you. You're going to look back at this, and 20 years ago, what was I thinking?
I don't think it's anything worse than a cold shower, number one.
Unless you're purposely trying to have a cold shower.
Right. I don't know what's going on in your life.
Yeah, exactly.
It can't be
Fair
good.
enough. Can't be good. No, it's not a good
thing. You need a cold shower. I think we know what we're talking about. Number two, the cutting your own hair.
Cutting your own hair.
No, you got to let a professional.
That is a skill. Anybody who's ever tried to cut their own hair knows. How about this? Doing laundry in the bathtub. Wait, are you taking a bath with the laundry? I'm trying to imagine what this is all looking like.
See, I've done that. Not in a bathtub.
You've taken laundry in the...
Well, there are times when I'm done with softball that I'm so dirty.
So dirty.
Because, I try and play like a 20-year-old.
You have scars to prove it.
I do. And so sometimes I'm so filthy and so disgusting, I just walk into the shower. And I'm just like...
It's fully clothed.
That's it.
You're like, I got to just... This is not even ready for the washing machine.
And part of the reason is I may have a tournament the next day. And I need to wear some of those same clothes.
Because you have lucky clothes?
Well, it's not lucky clothes. It's just like what's comfortable allows me to play.
These are my lucky socks. I got to wear them.
So I will sometimes just walk into the shower fully clothed after the ball game.
I'm trying to understand.
But it's not to save money.
Well, but they're saying they're not using a washer and dryer. What is it? 13% said they let their clothes air dry. They don't use the dryer. Okay. And they're doing it specifically to save
Here's the
money.
Deal. You need to know, before you ever do this, how much it's going to save you.
That's why. How do you calculate that?
You have to figure it out. I don't know. Because if it's going to save you $6 in a month,
is it worth it?
No, of course not.
You might find another way to do it without taking freezing cold showers.
Of course not.
I would like to think.
I would like to think.
I would hope.
You got any more?
Do you need more?
You got one more?
Let's see. How about this? Keeping the thermostat low in the winter and high in the summer.
See, that I understand.
Yeah.
Because that, I think, is real savings.
I'm going to ask you a genuinely serious question.
Yes.
Do you know what your thermostat is set like at night right now, winter in Arizona?
Probably 72.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Mine's at 63.
Oh.
And not because I'm trying to save money. I like it cold.
Yeah.
I have windows open.
Okay.
I have the window cracked in one room because I don't think it gets cold.
I will tell you this. Today, first time I put the heat on.
Whoa.
It was cold. It was like 71 in the house. And I was
71?
like, okay. It was cold.
I run the AC at 71.
No, I was cold.
Because in the summertime, I like it 68.
I
want to. I like.
Well, you're not saving money then.
No, I like to see my breath. Right. I save it in the wintertime though by not heating the house.
I usually don't heat much.
It's a balance.
Right. Today I wanted 2 degrees.
Okay.
I wanted it up to 70.
Got a couple degrees.
So I roll.
Hey, coming up next,
remember we got to 5 o'clock.
Oh, excuse me, 5 o'clock, a special edition of the 5 o'clock Face-Off. Join us again top of the hour, 5 o'clock, either right here on KTAR, or you can catch us on the YouTube channel, KTAR's YouTube channel, where the entire thing will be streamed, the video, live as it happens.
Everything about the shooting in Minneapolis.
That's the focus of the entire show, 5 o'clock face-off today. Are ICE agents allowed to shoot into cars to stop someone from fleeing a scene? We're going to ask an expert in law enforcement. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
I got some great news from my friends at the Arizona Painting Company. They are going to give you their biggest discount of the year. All you have to do is mention Gatos. You get 20% off. Here's how it works. Let's say that you know you want your house painted. All right. You call the Arizona Painting Company, you mention Gatos, you're locked in at the 20%. Now pick your date. Do you want it done in January? Do you want it done in March? You're still going to get the 20% off. You just got to lock it in this month. In January, you lock in the 20%. You pick when you want to paint. It's that simple. Text the word paint to 620-620. Maybe you want to paint this summer, 6 months from now. Text paint to 620-620. Call the Arizona Painting Company. Say, I'd like to lock in that 20%. They're going to say, well, when would you like to paint? It really is that easy. You are going to get the absolute best painting company. They painted the outside of my house 2 summers ago. Just last summer, they painted the inside. Guys I've used for 20 years. Text paint to 620-620.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's best eggs. They're just so delicious, with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells, and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Thank you, K2 Vision. That's what I said, and you will too. Hey, it's Jim Sharp, and if you struggle with distance vision and now you need those pesky readers, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution. Plus, you'll never have to worry about getting a cataract. After 150,000 lens procedures, the K2 Vision doctors know if RLE is right for you. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com.
Rosie on the house.
Saturday mornings means it's time for Rosie on the House, an Arizona tradition since 1988. Starting at 8, it's 3 hours of information packed about your Arizona home. Whatever it is you're trying to do around your house, home, castle, or cabin, we've probably tried to do it before, and we can help you do it and do it Rosie right. Right here, Rosie on the House.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Hey, it's Gatos for Advanced Window Products, and boy, do we have a New Year's special for you. At Advanced Window Products, when you mention Gatos, $1,250 off 5 or more windows. And how about this? Up to $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. 40-year anniversary. That's right, 40 years. They are here to stay, and I'm sending you to a local Arizona company, a family-owned business, a company that I hired. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, warping, or have condensation between the panes, it's time to get those replaced now. You save money, you save energy. Call 480-746-4280. The New Year special, $1,250 off 5 or more windows and up to $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4:30. I'm Melody Burkett. The Valley is hosting the Fiesta Bowl, and we're talking to fans from Miami and Mississippi heading into a game that'll determine who goes to the College Football National Championship. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live outside State Farm Stadium talking with tailgaters and fans.
Yeah, Melody, you just heard that group at the beginning of the story, and that was an excited group. It's getting busier and busier down here at the stadium as we're seeing those Ole Miss and Miami fans head into State Farm. Plenty of red and green out here, excitement in the air ahead of this playoff game. And Ole Miss fans in from Texas and Tennessee say they're here to support their alma mater and very confident they'll get a win.
This is huge for us.
Okay.
Keeping the legacy alive, and we try to go to he's sticking a little bit further in Texas, so I try to go to as many games as I can. So this is, incredible.
And for our out-of-state visitors, rain in the Valley of the Sun is a surprise, but not dampening the game day hype here one bit. And kickoff in just about an hour. Live from State Farm Stadium, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Thanks, Balin.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Dairy Company Riverview LLP has agreed to an $11 million settlement with Arizona over groundwater. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the news center with details.
State Attorney General Chris May says the funds can be used to drill new wells in Cochise County, install water tanks, and help with water hauling.
The money will be available for impacted residents, schools, and special districts, water companies, or municipalities that provide domestic water services.
Assistance applications open on April 8th. The agriculture business has also agreed to leave 2,000 acres of farmland unsown for a period of time, which is expected to save 100,000 acre-feet of groundwater over 14 years. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
She was violating the law, so says Vice President J.D. Vance, one day after Renee Good was shot and killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis.
There's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law?
The vice president says he doesn't know what Good was thinking, but the officer had every reason to believe his life was in danger before opening fire. Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego is voicing his frustration after hearing from the vice president. The Democrat tells CNN it's clear the Trump administration has gone too far with how ICE is being used.
They're using these forces, these ICE agents, not to just enforce deportation, but also to strike fear in communities.
Senator Gallego says it's irresponsible to come to a conclusion on what led up to the shooting. He questions whether training standards for ICE agents could be part of the issue. And now for a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. We're about under an hour till the game, but if we're looking at the traffic, westbound I-10 starting from 16th Street till about 67th Avenue is still going to be all red, but approaching 75th Avenue to the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound transition at 91st Avenue, it's pretty okay. And then once you start getting into Glendale, you should have no issues getting into the stadium, but definitely start getting moving if you're trying to be there at 5:30. Chandler with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, westbound near McQueen Road, Buckeye debris on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound near Verrado Way. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Still a chance of more scattered showers heading into the evening. Also cooler temperatures going into Saturday. Right now it's mostly cloudy and 57 in Surprise. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Arizona's the second worst state for online scams. LaDonna Harvey and I will have the shocking numbers as well as the huge jump we've seen in the most shocking of online crimes. Friday on Arizona's Morning News.
We are outspoken. I'm Bruce. That's Gatos. Coming up at 5 o'clock, a very special edition of the 5 o'clock face-off, day 2 of the Minneapolis shooting and the debate controversy and conversation that surrounds it. That's coming up at 5.
I think you know how big of a story it is if you've got to roll out the face-off twice in a day. And I say that honestly because we just started the year. And, on Wednesday at 5 o'clock, we take everything political and we put it into an hour and we have a panel.
Well, we thought it was going to be all about Venezuela.
We did. And it wasn't even.
Yeah.
He wasn't. Yeah. We know what happened yesterday.
Right.
And that's the big story in the world.
So we had we touched on a little bit earlier, the conversation around the shooting in Minneapolis. And does it adhere to the Department of Homeland Security's own use of force guidelines? And we went over what those guidelines are. And I don't think they are unique to DHS. They seem to be pretty universal for most law enforcement agencies. So we wanted to talk to someone that at least has a background in that. And joining us right now is Frank Milstead. He's a retired colonel, the Arizona Department of Public Safety. He was also a police chief here in the Valley.
Always on the panel here with us.
And served a long time as law enforcement and is well-versed in the world of use of force and deadly force policies. Colonel Frank, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. What a tragic day, for so many different reasons. But, I think this is a great conversation to have for your listeners and talk about, what should and shouldn't be done and how things should be handled.
Okay. Can you walk us through, and I'm sure at this point you have seen some of the videos and descriptions of what happened, and talk to us about the use of force policy and when can and should an officer use deadly force?
So what I'm going to try to refrain from doing is giving you an absolute in this, because I think that anybody who has already rendered a complete opinion needs to let the investigation run forward. And that goes with elected officials and anybody else. Let the investigation run. But I think we've all seen what we've seen. Mm-hmm. The policy of the Phoenix Police Department, the Mesa Police Department, the Arizona Department of Public Safety is you do not shoot at moving vehicles. And you can see what happened after they shot her. The car veered off out of control and fortunately only hit other parked cars and didn't run over other innocent bystanders.
Is that the driving reason why officers are trained not to shoot at a moving vehicle? Is that the reason? Because the car might just take off or you don't know where it ends up?
That's absolutely the reason. And the other thing is bullets don't normally stop a 4,000-pound car. I mean, and again, time is on the officer's side for the most part. The officers shouldn't put themselves in harm's way. I think if you watch one of the videos, I'm going to say officer, I don't know, maybe they use agent, was actually filming the rear of the vehicle and had made kind of a counterclockwise maneuver around the entire vehicle. Yeah. But if you're getting ready to confront and the other two officers ran up, grabbed the door was locked, his hand slipped off the door. And she obviously realized at this point, whatever game she was playing with law enforcement was over and that she was about to be arrested. So she started to speed away. But again, that officer was in front of the car, shouldn't have been there. And the bullet's not going to stop her from speeding away other than the fact that the car is going to be out of control. Now, if you're in a vehicle shooting at other people, yeah, you might return fire then. You may not have any choice. Mm-hmm. But the idea is don't shoot at people driving cars because the cars will veer out of control.
Frank Milstead, a retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, talking about the Minneapolis shooting. What are the other options that ICE agent could have used?
The one standing in front of the vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, there had to be another option other than taking your gun out and shooting 3 times into a car.
No, there's absolutely options. You have spikes that you could put out. She'd apparently been sitting there for several minutes. You could put a spike strip out. You could actually try to use verbal commands to get her to stop and exit the vehicle. If you need to, again, you know who she is. And I'll tell you another thing that upset me a little bit is they have body cameras, but they didn't have them on.
Of course.
They can, that gains evidence for the state or for the federal government in this case to show what they're doing. They have a license plate number. They have pictures of who she is.
Could follow
they can always go get her at a later time.
You're not getting away.
there's no urgency that she has to be apprehended at that moment.
And Frank, the shooter was holding a cell phone recording it.
Right.
So
he was videoing.
I don't know how well he was paying attention to anything.
Oh.
Well, and I don't either, but all I can tell you is this woman should not have died yesterday.
Right.
And again, unfortunately, I could say that about a whole bunch of different law enforcement situations where people think that it's vogue, that it's cool to confront police, and it's a very dangerous job. It's a very high stressful job. And you have no idea what these men and women from ICE had been going through that day, where their stress level was, where their tense, just the whole situation is so inflamed that everybody's on edge. I mean, and to sit there, and I don't care if you're a protester, go protest, but you don't throw things at cops. You don't get in the way of them. You don't grab them.
Right.
That is completely irresponsible, and that's how you get yourself killed or hurt or prosecuted.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just let law enforcement do their job. If you don't like what law enforcement is doing, that comes to filing complaints with internal affairs. It comes with how you place your vote. It comes with all of those things that we can do to be good witnesses for a court case. But don't put yourself in the middle of a situation that's going to end poorly for yourself.
We're talking to Colonel Frank Milstead. I one final question for you. And again, I will not, out of deference to your age, sir, and how young you look, I was not going to say how long you have served in law enforcement, but it's been a long time. One of the other, I guess, arguments, and I know we touched on it briefly, what is the standard policy for trying to prevent a fleeing subject? Would deadly force be allowed to prevent someone from fleeing a scene?
So that's a complicated question, and the deal is this: if you are a felon, you can use deadly physical force to stop a fleeing felon.
Okay.
She's not, and again, and I know I watched what the politician said. She's a terrorist, and she's this and that. Yeah. No, she is a misguided demonstrator.
May have panicked.
Put herself in a situation she shouldn't be in. I don't believe that she's a domestic terrorist. And I don't think you get to shoot her. I don't think you get to shoot at her. I think you do an investigation and go find her later in the day or next week, and you arrest her for being in a place she shouldn't be. That, again, after, Minnesota is a perfect example. After George Floyd, we spent the last 5 years trying to continue to rebuild the trust in law enforcement, to make the job that men and women in law enforcement do simpler. And even try to build trust back with the media, because the media loves to be in the middle of this and condemn law enforcement for trying to do a very complicated job, taking into the human dynamic at all times. And this doesn't help. You have body camera video that you can use. And I would tell you that the administration is misguided, that if you're going to tell everybody you're going after the worst of the worst, don't go arrest everybody at a car factory that's overstayed their visa, and use your own video personnel to ride along with your agents and document those people that are the worst of the worst that you're arresting, and show the public that's what you're doing. And just rounding up people so you have numbers. And I know they put quotas on this. I think that's misguided as well. And you just have to go out and show people that you're doing what you said you were going to do, which was arrest the worst of the worst. But the other part of it, too, is if you look at the conservative or the liberal side of this, the only half of that equation that continues to get involved in violent confrontation and non-peaceful demonstration is the liberal side. Other than January 6th, I don't remember the Republicans going out and using deadly physical force or any kind of violence to disrupt law enforcement or other operations.
That was a pretty big day, Frank. So we're not gonna gloss over January 6th entirely, but I understand your point. Thank you, sir.
And I don't want to gloss over. I think it was completely misguided, and I think there's people there that should have been arrested and prosecuted for felony murder rule.
Yeah.
It's the most sacred place in our country. So no.
I got what you. No, I understand the comparison, but right now, the protests are 100% on the side of the left, or anti-ICE at least.
Well, yeah, but throwing snowballs and rocks and whatever at cops, I mean, come on.
Don't do it.
If you don't like what they're doing, change your vote and go vote people out so you can do it differently. But don't, I mean, look, these women and men at ICE are doing what they've been directed to do. And also don't forget that the FBI, the Drug Enforcement Administration, Homeland Security investigations, I think the administration have taken like 20% of their staff and put them into immigration enforcement. So not everybody understands probably all the rules of engagement, which is inherently not good. But again, we're talking about people, and we've had this discussion in your studio about the fact that there's all kinds of people here in the country that have come here illegally, though, that have made a life and continue to work and support their families, and I agree, they're good neighbors. And there's also bad people here. So go deal with the bad people and document it and show the public what you're doing.
Colonel Frank, appreciate your time today. Thank you for your insight and your expertise.
Always, and you guys, I appreciate you having the conversation, but I would just tell you to urge your listeners, don't get into high confrontations with police. And if you're given lawful commands, even if you don't agree with them, obey them so you're not harmed and they're not harmed. Everyone should go safe. And one last piece, and I'm sure I'm running over, but if federal law enforcement and local governments could continue to work together, and they could find common ground, even in sanctuary cities where we brief each other and talk to each other about what we're about to do and we cooperate, everybody is better off. Everybody is safer. And I'm done. I'll shut up. Sorry.
No, we appreciate it. Seriously. And we will see you in studio again very shortly. Thanks a lot. That is Frank Milstead, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, former chief of Felisa Mesa Police, and a long career in law enforcement. Coming up next, do we need to baby-proof the Grand Canyon? Talking about it. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Connecticut, moment for the best water system on the planet. As I always say, Aquazona Connecticut, the world's most efficient softener, right now with a deal you're going to absolutely love. I've always told you I've got the Connecticut K5 drinking water station in my home. You should get it, especially now. Start the new year off with perfect water. It's 2026. Connecticut offering you the K5, top of the line, for $26 a month. It's 2026, $26 a month. That's how it goes. 2026, you can buy it for $26 a month. I love my Connecticut. I've had it for 20 years. I tell everybody about the benefits of Aquazona Connecticut, especially the K5. Super easy and convenient to get a refreshing glass of water each and every time from the comfort of my own home, my kitchen. So $26 a month and you own a K5. It's as simple as that. 602-910-6570, aquazona.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation. Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. KTAR.FM.com, awarded Best Attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:50, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. After weeks of heavy rain in California, the state is experiencing something not seen in 25 years.
For the first time since December of 2000, not a single inch of California is categorized as dry or in drought, according to the latest U.S. Drought Monitor report, which is issued by the federal government. Storms in November, December, and this month have pulled the entire state out of drought conditions, and there aren't even areas that are considered dry. For those who are younger than 25 years old who live in California, they have never experienced a life in which California is not either entering or recovering from drought until today. Alex Stone, ABC News, Los Angeles.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. If you're heading to the game tonight, we're about under an hour until kickoff, but it's still going to be I-10 Poplar Freeway westbound starting from 16th Street. We're going to see the most traffic till about 67th Avenue, but once you approach 91st Avenue to the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound transition, heading into Glendale, you're going to have a pretty easy time going in there. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. It's the place I've trusted with my own estate plan, so I know how important this is, Stuart. So, and most people think trusts are just for the wealthy, but here in Arizona, definitely not the case, right?
That's right, Jim. And, look, without a trust, it's very likely that your estate is going to go through probate, which means that it's the courts that decide who gets your money. Oh. It's costly, it's public, and oftentimes super stressful for families. A trust keeps things private. It avoids delays, ensures the right people inherit your money, and we don't stop at one document. We create a full estate planning portfolio with wills, power of attorneys, healthcare directives, and living wills for end-of-life decisions.
The way my 10 and 12-year-old fight over everything, I can't imagine them fighting over my estate. So contact Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax and get a free portfolio review. Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com. Tell them Jim Sharp sent you at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. What's the thought process behind that?
They don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, it's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Coming up in just a few minutes, a special Thursday edition of the 5 o'clock Face-Off. If you've listened, heard the Face-Off, you know exactly what it is. It's an hour. We are going to dive into what happened in Minneapolis yesterday. We've got a panel. We did this yesterday. We've got a brand new panel today.
So our normal day is Wednesday.
Normal day is Wednesday, correct. So it is Thursday, but we're going to break it out because I think it's the biggest story on the planet, and we need to discuss what happened.
Well, and also I think there's an argument to be made that one of the concerns is as enforcement steps up in the valley, what does it look like?
Right. ICE will be here and is already here and picked up a couple guys from Home Depot yesterday. I don't think that gets anything done. But are we going to, what are we going to see over the next few weeks? All right, coming up next, a special Thursday edition of the 5 o'clock Face-Off. Great panel. We're going to talk about the Minneapolis shooting. The debate continues. And why is the Trump administration the judge, jury, and executioner in this case? No investigation? Really? Next.
You know, the first time I ever sat down with Trajan Wealth, one of the things I really appreciated was straight talk, terms and things I could understand. I am far from a financial expert. As a fact, whatever the opposite of that is probably what I am. But I at least knew there were probably things I could be doing better. I knew, even then, I should probably be doing some different things. I mean, you know, retirement is a thing. I've got this rollover from a previous job. I'm saving, current work. What should I be doing? And who can you trust to give you that information? Well, Trajan Wealth and their fiduciary advisors are just those people, the people you can trust. Fiduciaries put your financial interest in front of their own. It's a standard that, well, not only when I learned about it, I thought, my God, what have I been doing all these years? Exactly. And you can get a complimentary sit-down interview. Just give them a ring. Make an appointment. There's no obligation, all right? The only thing you have to lose is sleepless nights. 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The AZ 529 Art Contest is back, and I can't wait to see what careers Arizona students are dreaming of this year. I'm Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee, and I'm excited to give Arizona kindergarten through 6th graders another opportunity to draw their dream jobs and a chance to win $529 towards an AZ 529 education savings plan. Dream, draw, win, and start saving for your future. For complete rules and to submit drawings, visit az529.gov by February 8th.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey guys, it's Broomhead. If you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Starting testosterone therapy with Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores the get up and go so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better. You'll sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your smartphone, keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Has your roof been inspected lately? This is Dave Ramsey here to tell you about Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. They're known across the valley for their outstanding home remodels, and Trevec is the name you can trust for all your roofing needs, too. They have an entire department dedicated to delivering top-quality roofs, because in Arizona, it's not the rain that gets you, it's the relentless sun. UV rays beat down year-round, wearing out your tile's protective layer and eating away at foam roof coatings long before you see a leak. So if your tile roof is 15 years old or your foam roof hasn't been inspected in the last 5 years, you could be on borrowed time. Call Trevec Remodeling and Roofing today at 480-367-1171 to schedule your professional roof inspection. Or go to Trevec.com. Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. Getting the job done right the first time.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett. We're less than an hour from the start of the Fiesta Bowl, bringing in fans from Miami and Mississippi to our streets, and in a game that'll determine who goes to the College Football National Championship. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live outside State Farm Stadium talking with tailgaters and fans.
Yeah, Melody, it is packed down here at the stadium. More and more people heading in as we're seeing those Ole Miss and Miami fans show up. Lots of red and green out here, and the excitement is in the air ahead of this playoff game. And one Miami fan named Jay is in from out of state. He says he's looking forward to his first game at State Farm Stadium, and like many I've spoken to today, is very, very confident his team will get that win.
Yeah, it's just our defense, really. We got the best defensive line in football. I think we got the best secondary in football. So we're just going to house them.
Of course, hearing the same from plenty of Ole Miss fans as well, who are showing up in force. And a heads up for anyone coming down here in the last minute, the stadium security is enforcing a clear bag policy tonight, and we have seen that cause some frustration, so do be aware of heading in. Kickoff in about a half hour. Live from State Farm Stadium, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
It was 15 years ago today when a gunman opened fire in Tucson. The mass shooting that followed took 6 lives and injured a number of others, including then Congresswoman Gabby Giffords. Members of the U.S. House, including Representative Adelita Grijalva, have been taking time to mark the day.
Honoring those we've lost means refusing to accept this as normal. It means recommitting ourselves to real action, to protecting our communities, saving lives, and building a safer, more just future for everyone. We owe them nothing less.
Grijalva says gun violence continues to devastate America.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Riverview LLP has agreed to an $11 million settlement with the state to help conserve groundwater in Cochise County. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays explains the money can be used by impacted residents, schools, and special districts to drill new wells or install water tanks. The dairy company has also agreed to follow 2,000 acres of land, which is expected to save 100,000 acre-feet of groundwater over 14 years. A NASA astronaut has suffered a medical issue while aboard the International Space Station and will be returning to Earth early. We don't know what the medical issue is about. NASA canceled its first spacewalk of the year because of the health issue. Associate NASA Administrator Amit Kshatriva says nothing like this has happened before.
It's the first time we've done a controlled medical evacuation from the vehicle, so that is unusual. However, the procedures we're using to prepare for that are nominal procedures because, again, what's important to us is the whole crew.
Avelo Airlines will soon end its participation with Department of Homeland Security deportation flights. The airline goes on to say it'll be closing its base at Mesa Gateway Airport January 27th. Avelo tells KTAR News the program provides short-term benefits, but did not deliver enough consistent and predictable revenue to overcome costs. Now a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Melody. Fiesta Bowl traffic, we're about under 30 minutes till kickoff, but we're still seeing traffic starting from westbound I-10, starting from 16th Street all the way to 67th Avenue, but just past that, approaching 91st Avenue to the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound transition. It is looking great, and even heading into Glendale near the stadium, you should have no issues getting in there. Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle blocking the left lane. Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Indian School Road. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Notice changes in your loved ones or think they'd enjoy more friends and activity? Visit beatitudescampus.org and see how special this community actually is. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Still a chance of more showers tonight. Expect cooler temperatures into the evening and tomorrow and Saturday with highs in the mid-50s. Right now it's mostly cloudy and 56 in Avondale. Don't let market conditions rain on your parade with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive.
Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Turning down the noise and turning up the conversation. This is the 5 o'clock face-off.
And a special Thursday edition of the 5 o'clock face-off. Yesterday you heard it on Wednesday at 5. I know today is Thursday. We don't normally do it here, but I think we must. We made the decision earlier today. Let's talk about the Minneapolis shooting with ICE. Our panel today. We've got KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson. Hey, Bear.
Hey, Gatos.
Retired Mesa PD detective, gang and extreme expert, a very smart man, author, Matt Browning. Good to see you, Matt.
Hey, thank you.
All right. We've got Republican Pinal County attorney, Brad Miller. Made the big, how long is that drive, man?
About an hour and a half.
That's an hour and a half.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Glad to be here.
All right.
From Florence.
Yes.
Listen, we've all seen the video. The world has seen the video. We all have our opinions. Let me start with you, County Attorney Miller. The administration saying that Renee Good, who was killed, is a domestic terrorist. The Trump administration calling her that. So she's Timothy McVeigh. She's Ted Kaczynski. Are we really buying that?
I don't think we go that far, but I do think we need to analyze this as to whether she violated the law and then whether the ICE officer acted in accordance with the self-defense statutes.
Okay, on Twitter yesterday you said, I stand with ICE.
I do.
Do you stand with the man who put 3 bullets in a car?
So when I look at this particular situation, we analyze it under Arizona. I would look at it under Arizona statute.
Help us understand that, seriously, in our context. Yeah.
Sure. So let's look at, there's a few different statutes all under Title 13. Title 13, 405, 406, and really Title 410, which is for police officers specifically. And what it looks like is you have to analyze it from a reasonable officer's perspective on whether they believe that they're being there's some sort of violence or serious deadly force being used against them, and then they can respond in kind. Now, there are some exceptions to that. And so you look at to see if a person is fleeing. And, of course, there's no duty to retreat. That's one of the specific things that's stated in Arizona statute that doesn't exist in federal
That's the
law.
same in DHS. I actually have the DHS memo as well we were going over.
Sure. It may say
No
in the
duty to
memo
retreat.
there is no duty to retreat.
Correct.
However, but if you look at the federal law, it doesn't say no duty to retreat. And they also don't have a specific federal statute on what an officer can do in self-defense situations.
Okay.
In Arizona law, it's much more specific.
I think there were so many better options that could have been used by the agent. What do you think, Matt Browning? You know this stuff better than anybody. I mean, when you saw 3 bullets go into the car, did that agent do the right thing?
Wow. Did he do the right thing? You know what? I'd have to put myself in his shoes.
Yeah, tough to do.
If he's in fear for his life or the life of the people around him, 100% he did the right thing. And that's what we need to remember here is that not only the law is what we go by, but you also have to know what's going on in the officer's head. Unfortunately, it's a sad reality of the situation. We'll never know what went on inside the victim,
what she was thinking.
To call her a domestic terrorist, in my opinion, a guy who's worked extremism for the last nearly 30 years, she is so far from being a domestic terrorist.
Right.
However, that doesn't stop. Was a police officer, was the ICE agent in fear for his life? If a 5,000-pound car coming at you means that you're in fear for your life, then he is justified in protecting his life, and that's what he did.
Can I ask you a question, again, from a law enforcement standpoint? And you wore the badge, you then the gun. What, I'm going to use the term duty, or even just for your own self-preservation, would you place yourself in front of a vehicle? Like, is there a duty on the part of the officer not to be in the worst possible place? And apparently we're seeing now, he had a cell phone out and he was filming with one hand. So he was trying to stand in front of the vehicle and get pictures or video.
Yeah, you know what? I like to think that I was a police officer who would use my brain. And so tactfully, speaking to people, I'd use my wits against their wits. And personally, I don't think standing in front of a car videotaping the driver is a smart thing to do.
Well, there's like a reason police officers approach from the back and from the side.
It's all tactics.
Yeah.
It's all tactics. So in that situation, somebody approached the door. She didn't want to open the door. She took off. He was standing in front. Why was he standing in front? I don't know. Where did he come from? Was he parked in front? Was he parked behind? These are things that I don't know. All I know is that he was in front of the car. She took off, went at him. He was in fear for his life, and he fired.
I was going to say, can I just make a point?
Yeah.
Not only because, and they've done like the Zapruder film on this now. He was at the back of her car and he took pictures or video of her license plate.
Sure.
He then walked around to the front of the car, still videoing or whatever. Boom, right when the incident happened.
It seemed the moment the agent fired, he's standing to the left of the SUV. That's what I saw when I went frame by frame. The wheels are pointing to the right, and they're pointing away from the agent. So that, to me, appears to conflict with some allegations that the SUV was trying to ram into the officer. Let me get Barry Markson in here. I mean, we've got the administration saying that she was trying to run over the officer. I just don't buy it.
Well, I don't think there's any question. If you watch the video, she wasn't trying to run over the officer.
People believe that, Barry.
In fact, she seemed to be backing up to create an angle where she could just leave. So I think that's clear from the video. There's really two parts of this. From the law and the legal perspective, I think Mr. Miller is correct. I think if someone asked me to defend this agent, I could absolutely defend him. He's going to say, absolutely.
I feared for my life.
I feared for my life. First of all, he has absolute immunity. You have to get to a high level past that.
We're going to get to that.
Yep. But yeah, he feared for his life. And when I watched the video, he was in front of the vehicle. He shouldn't have been there, but he was kind of in the front to the left. She started to move. That's when he started to pull his weapon out. Now, we can see the tires are turned to the right. We can see where she ends up going. He may not have realized that at the time. So I'm not in his head. I don't know. There's a lot more investigation that needs to happen.
And it happened quickly.
And it happened very quick. We're watching in slow motion. Right. It's like a second. Things are happening quickly. And generally, we all agree, I think, we support police officers. They're faced with life-threatening issues on a second-by-second basis, and they have to be able to make those decisions. The issue here, I think, if you're looking at it, what to call it more politically or what's right, this is a Honda Pilot with a middle-aged woman behind it, and it's got all the mom stickers on the back window. He had been in the back. He's looking at it. This is not a domestic terrorist. This isn't somebody. She's being a pain in the butt. She's being annoying to ICE.
Yelling at them or something. Yeah.
But nobody was looking at this before that moment and thinking this person is a danger. She's annoying. Was she disobeying orders from law enforcement? Maybe she was.
Possibly, yeah.
We need to figure that out. Looks like she was. Did she pull away when officers are telling her to stop? Yes, she did. Does that mean she should be shot 3 times? No. And to me, that's the question here. Are we putting ICE agents in a position where we're creating so much of this hate and just agitation and it's too much of a powder keg right now. I wish ICE, because they're the ones who have to do it, need to de-escalate a little bit. I'd like to see ICE go into communities, talk to the police in the communities and the politicians in the communities, talk to the community. And then do their job. If that's what we're going to be doing, okay. But this shouldn't be, we're bringing ICE in and it's attack on liberals and it's...
Well, I was going to say,
that's what this is.
But the strategy seems to be to create fear and chaos.
Yes.
I mean, and if that isn't the strategy, they need to realize, well, that's what we're doing.
It's the same administration that, in the first administration, created a policy at the border where they were separating parents from their children, not because they wanted to do that, but because that was supposed to create a deterrence to come here. They didn't want people to come here, so they said, if you come here, you're going to take your kids away from you. Don't come. And that seems to be what they're doing now. I think you're right, Bruce. They're trying to create that deterrence.
County Attorney Brad Miller, let me ask you this: Do you think this woman was trying to ram the police officer, the ICE agent, and kill him? Because there are many people in the administration that are saying that. Do you think she was trying to kill somebody?
I don't know if she was trying to kill somebody. I don't think that's the standard.
Do you think she was trying to ram into him?
Yes.
You do?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Why?
So if you look at the way where the ICE agent is positioned, he's in front of the car.
Mm-hmm.
And we can also see from the evidence where the bullet projectile went through the window. It was from the front of the vehicle. So it had to have come from that particular angle. And so based upon the evidence that we can see, and I've only seen 2 views, the front view and a back view. Mm-hmm. And in both views, you can actually see his body move as she starts to accelerate that vehicle.
Why didn't he just step aside?
Again, I don't know the circumstances.
He did step aside.
He did,
because he fired 2 more shots through the side window.
And I think if we're talking about intent, if she wanted to hit him, she would have gone straight. She had backed up and then was turning her wheel to the right to get out of there. That to me is what's indicating she wasn't trying to hit him. She's trying to leave.
Well, that's where I disagree. The way I look at the video is I think she in fact did hit him. And that's what moved his body. You can actually see his body move, at least from what I see.
I don't disagree with that. I saw that too.
It's a possibility for sure.
Yeah.
But what about the justification of the second and third shots?
You fired to stop a threat.
Right. That's
so you're doing 3 or 4 shots anyway.
You're firing to stop.
You're
a threat.
shooting to kill the woman at that point.
You're firing to stop the threat.
Right.
And if unfortunately the person dies during that stopping the threat, then that happens.
Let's say she pulled a gun out and pointed it at officers. You don't want him to shoot once.
No, you fire.
No, but that's a different scenario.
No, I know, but that's the same training. You do it if that's what he thinks he's facing. That's what you do.
Well, that's exactly right. That's in the training, and you keep using the word kill. That is not necessarily going through the officer's mind. What they're trained to do is to stop a threat. We do the same exact thing in the military. We call it actually a failure drill. So 2 to the chest, 1 to the head, or 2 to the head. We actually train for that particular purpose. Not necessarily to kill, but you need to stop the threat because it is a threat to society.
But merely trying to flee doesn't mean you put 3 bullets in a car.
No, this again, I disagree. I disagree with how you're looking at the situation. He isn't trying to flee. You have to analyze it from the officer's perspective. The car has now hit him, and now he is responding to an act.
Why do I have to go from the officer's perspective? Why can't I go from hers?
Because
or both. Why can't I do both?
Because the way Arizona statute looks at it, and we have
okay,
to
but this wasn't Arizona.
Well, I
think
true.
Minnesota's similar.
They're very similar.
I think you got a good point there. Why do we always have to go with the law enforcement perspective? Why can't we go with hers? Well, she's not here to give us her perspective.
Correct.
All we have to go on is the ways her tires are going. Her moments beforehand, was she trying to flee the car or flee ICE when they were trying to open the door? Why was she trying to flee them? All the things are building up. But you know what? None of that really matters, because what matters is you have an ICE agent in front of the car who thought that he perceived that he was in imminent threat of serious physical injury, and so he fired to stop his threat. Whether it was 3 rounds, he's shooting a 9mm, so he probably had 13 rounds in his gun. Whether he dumped 13 rounds, reloaded, and fired 13 more, that really doesn't matter. What matters is that he felt the threat and he stopped the threat.
And we'll see if he's right in that or
and
wrong
that's why
if he
we
ever
have the
investigate.
judicial system, and that's why we have everything else. But
that's a whole other argument right now.
I think one thing we passed over that was really, really interesting was when you said that key word that every time I hear it, I cringe, and that's hate.
Yeah.
And the problem, after the shooting happened, we didn't give people time to come in and investigate.
Nope.
We had people going on Twitter, going on national media saying, this person's a terrorist. This happened. This happened. This happened. The President of the United States,
within
the
minutes.
Secretary, all these things, which then what does that do? It stirs up the more hatred towards ICE, the more hatred towards the protesters, more hatred towards everybody. And now what we're doing is we're bringing politics into officer-involved shooting. Now you've just screwed everything up.
J.D. Vance called her a deranged leftist today.
Yeah.
Well,
par for the course.
I don't know what J.D. knows that we don't know.
Yeah.
Well, my office actually investigates officer-involved shootings. That's my job.
Okay.
We actually look at these, we analyze them, we look at all the situations, and in fact, I actually make the decision on whether we're going to charge an officer or not. And we just had a similar one. Actually, I think the grand jury went today in Tucson, and they found a particular individual, in fact, was not liable for an officer-involved shooting. I don't know if you remember the case of the individual who was in the wheelchair and who had the knife. Are you familiar with that one?
Vaguely familiar.
He was leaving a Lowe's, and an officer shot him 9 times in the back.
That was at a Lowe's, exactly.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I thought the bad stuff only happened at Home Depot.
No.
Lowe's too? All right.
This is a special Thursday edition of the 5 o'clock Face-Off. Barry Markson, Matt Browning, and Brad Miller all joining us in studio. We're going to continue the conversation. Up next, the most dangerous part about the ICE shooting isn't the shooting itself. We'll talk about that. Coming up, the 5 o'clock Face-Off next, right here on Outspoken.
All right, we'll take a moment, talk about Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Have hired them. It looks like in the next month, my wife is going to get exactly what she wants, and I am super happy about that. Some motorized shades. We are going to get some blinds and shutters. It fits our style. Southwest Blinds and Shutters, they've been around for a long time. I did a deep dive into this company. I really wanted to know how good they were because I needed to hire someone. So I vetted about 10 or 11 of these companies, and it was pretty easy to pick the best one. And that is Southwest Blinds and Shutters. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and I'm hiring them. And I just can't wait. The motorized shades, they offer just seamless integration of any smart home system. I'm really looking forward to that and the beauty of the motorized shades and the beauty of all the shades that they have. So go and check them out at southwestblinds.com.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. We've gotten word 2 people have been shot by federal agents in Portland, Oregon this afternoon. ABC News reports a man and a woman were found suffering from gunshot wounds following some sort of encounter with U.S. Customs and Border Protection. There's no word on their condition at this point. The FBI will reportedly lead the investigation. ICE agents, a different agency, were involved in yesterday's shooting in Minneapolis that left a woman dead. Again, 2 people in Portland, Oregon have been shot by federal agents this afternoon. This incident involving U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. With about 10 minutes till kickoff for the Fiesta Bowl, if you're in traffic, you're going to see a lot starting from westbound I-10 Papago Freeway to 16th Street from about 67th Avenue. It's going to start to chill out, and then once you get to 91st Avenue to transfer to the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound transition, you should have an easy time getting to the State Farm Stadium. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Outspoken presents the 5 o'clock face-off, live on the KTAR YouTube channel.
And live in studio with us, KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson, the Pinal County attorney, Republican Brad Miller, and retired Mesa PD detective, gang, and extremist expert and author Matt Browning. Appreciate all of you coming in on such a short notice. We genuinely do. So the shooting yesterday, horrible, dangerous, and we're starting to see ripples or repercussions because of it. But was the most dangerous thing not the shooting itself?
Well, I mean, I have 2 questions.
Okay.
I want to know why the ICE agent was allowed to leave the scene. And again, I don't know the protocol. That's why I'm going to ask you guys. And the other one is, why didn't they allow a physician on scene who was right there and said, let me check for a pulse, and they didn't allow him to do that? Start with the first one.
I mean, it didn't render aid.
There is a shooting. Why is this guy allowed to leave? Why don't we start with Matt Browning?
Well, speaking from experience, after being involved in a shooting,
officer involved,
you don't want to be on the scene.
Okay.
Okay. They pull them off the scene. You pull them away. At that time, you can call your FOP reps. You can call the attorneys. They come and talk, and then they take you to the police station.
They haven't interviewed him yet, though.
The ICE agent?
No.
I don't know. That's from my experience. I was interviewed within 2 hours.
That's what I would think.
They pull
the information's fresh in your head, you would think.
It's fresh in your head. They pull you from the scene. They do a walkthrough after a scene is secure. You do a walk through the scene. You explain what happened. You go back to the police station, and that's when you're interviewed by the detectives. Why they did that, I couldn't tell you. I don't know federally why they would do that. I understand why they removed him from the scene.
Yeah.
For his own safety, for one.
Mm-hmm.
So
that makes sense
standard
to me.
procedure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Standard.
fair enough.
That's
fair
standard.
And because sometimes there are shootings that happen with law enforcement, and they're not 100 people that are there protesting.
Right.
So if that's why they removed him from the scene, I get it.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's a violation of protocol because they didn't and have not interviewed him yet. So there are some new theories regarding interview techniques, and we use my background is in prosecuting dangerous crimes against children, child molest cases, rape cases, and a lot of times we do not interview the victim typically and sometimes for several days. So you think it's fresh in your mind, but you've gone through such a traumatic event that in fact a lot of the information is jumbled. It's good to sometimes sit, let the adrenaline drop a little bit, get them some food and water, a night's rest, and then we'll typically interview those people the next day or maybe the day after.
Fair enough.
I think one of the things that I didn't like is, so this officer shoots the woman and kills her. And then he strolls down there like it's a normal day. And he looked in the car and she's bleeding out and he walks back to his position. I don't think he cared. I don't think he could have given a damn about that woman. That's my opinion.
It definitely looks at least like a very callous.
Callous is the term, yeah.
And that's a problem. And the fact that there was a doctor there who said, let me go check, let me go do something. They wouldn't let him do that.
They prevented him. He says, I'm a physician. Can I check the pulse? And they said they would not let him anywhere near.
And I'll defer to those in law enforcement, but my understanding is once the deadly weapon has been, everything's under control now, which it certainly was at that point. Nobody was at risk anymore from this woman. The next thing is try to help her, right? Try to do what you can to help her. And the fact that they didn't do that, I don't know if it goes to a lack of training of ICE. I don't know if it goes to a callousness. I don't know what it is, but That's not good.
Well,
And
DHS policy is you render aid immediately, and I think we've all seen like plenty of police shootings where once the gun's been kicked away, you see police officers jump right in. They're performing CPR. They're trying to
Everybody
stop
stood
bleeding.
around yesterday
kind
while
of
she bled out.
Standard operating procedure.
Am I wrong on that? Did they just stand around while she bled out? I mean, that's what I saw.
I think we're jumping to conclusions. Number one, I personally don't know the state of the victim at the time of the shooting. 3 gunshots. Where were they placed? Are they instant? They hate to use the word death shots.
Understood.
Things like that. So we don't know. Number one. Number two, you have scene security, so you wouldn't want anybody coming into the crime scene.
Okay.
And even other officers, even other officers, you don't want coming in. Fire can come, do what they do, and then leave, and still you have scene security. The fewer the people that's in there, the better off you are.
All right.
Appreciate it. That's
back to what you were saying about the other people.
Yeah,
I totally agree with you.
On what?
On it seemed like another day at the park.
Yeah,
but it wasn't. But we need to also remember the trauma, because police officers, we get trauma by shooting people. Nobody should have to go through that.
Right.
And so what was going on?
Was he in shock?
Exactly. What was going on in his mind? Holy cow, I just shot somebody. And so I don't want to harshly judge just because I watched the video when I really don't know what happened in his head.
All right.
That's Matt Browning, retired Mesa PD detective, gang and extremist expert, and an amazing author as well. Over there, Republican Pinal County Attorney Brad Miller and our KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson with a special Thursday edition of the 5 o'clock face-off. Coming up next, why is the Trump administration the judge, jury, and executioner on this case? And will there be an independent investigation? We'll talk about it next. This is the 5 o'clock face-off right here on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Hey, it's Gatos for Advanced Window Products, and boy, do we have a New Year special for you. At Advanced Window Products, when you mention Gatos, $1,250 off 5 or more windows. And how about this? Up to $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. 40-year anniversary. That's right, 40 years. They are here to stay, and I'm sending you to a local Arizona company, a family-owned business, a company that I hired. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, warping, or have condensation between the panes, it's time to get those replaced now. You save money, you save energy. Call 480-746-4280. The New Year special, $1,250 off 5 or more windows, and up to $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
You found it. The one you've been waiting for. Great neighborhood, checks every box. It's as close to a dream home in your price range as you've ever seen. But then reality hits. You still have to sell your current home first. Showings, timing, moving twice, stress you didn't ask for. That's where Orchard changes the story. With Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you can buy your next home first and move in right away. No double moves, no rushing to list, no putting your life on hold. Orchard gives you the access to cash-backed options so you can buy confidently. And then hand things off to experienced local agents who know your market inside and out. These are pros with smart tools, real data, strategies designed to sell your home for more. Once you're settled into your new place, Orchard handles the prep on the old one, repairs, details, the work that attracts the right buyers. And a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home right away for more. And Orchard's not an iBuyer. They give you choices, traditional listings, cash offers, options that fit your situation, not force you into some other path. See what your home is worth with a free valuation at Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. I'm Melody Burkett. Federal officers shot and wounded 2 people in Portland, Oregon this afternoon. The FBI's Portland office says it's investigating an agent-involved shooting that happened around 2:15 p.m. involving Customs and Border Patrol agents in which 2 individuals were wounded. The Portland Police Bureau said its officers responded and found a man and a woman with apparent gunshot wounds. They were transported to a hospital and their conditions are unknown. We'll bring you more details as we get them. The Fiesta Bowl is beginning right now. Fans from Miami and Mississippi now seating for a game that'll determine who goes to the College National Football Championship. KTAR's Balin Oversouls is live outside State Farm Stadium and has been talking to tailgaters and fans.
Yeah, Melody, as you said, kickoff happening right about now. And after a few busy hours here outside the stadium, Ole Miss and Miami fans have dumped their beers and throwing out some verbal heat heading into State Farm. Now just seeing a few stragglers making their way in. We saw plenty of red and green out here and the excitement in the air ahead of this playoff game. Even if it is now a little quieter outside, it will be a frenzy inside. Ole Miss fans Christian and Craig are very confident their team will get a win. Also, they had some kind words for the Valley as it hosts this game.
Ole Miss Rebels are here to stay, baby. We're going to be national champions, and we appreciate Phoenix for hosting us.
Thank you so much for being a great host. We've had a great time so far, and it's only going to get better.
If you happen to be rushing down here to make this game, be sure to bring a clear bag or no bag. That is being strictly enforced and has caused some delays for several fans. Live from State Farm Stadium, Balin Oversouls, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
The state has reached a first-of-its-kind settlement with Dairy Business Riverview, LLP, to help conserve water in southern Arizona. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the news center to tell us how much.
Speaking in Cochise County, State Attorney General Chris May says Riverview Dairy has agreed to put up $11 million for residents impacted by excessive groundwater pumping.
The funds can be used to drill new wells for those who need it,
install water tanks, support water hauling, and fund other emergency or interim residential water supply measures.
Riverview has also agreed to fallow or not plant 2,000 acres of row crops, which Mays estimates will save 100,000 acre-feet of groundwater over the next 14 years. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. If you're trying to get to the game, you're going to be late regardless. Most of the traffic is going to be on the I-10 Papago Freeway westbound from 16th Street all the way to 67th Avenue. And then just past that, approaching 91st Avenue to the Loop 101 Agua Fria northbound transition, it is pretty much clear you're going to have an easy time getting in there. Chandler with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202, Santiago Freeway, eastbound near Price Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Cloudy tonight with a low dipping down to 42. Sunny tomorrow and into the weekend with highs in the low to mid 60s. Right now it's mostly cloudy and 57 in Avondale. Don't let market conditions rain on your parade with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Turning down the noise and turning up the conversation. This is the 5 o'clock face-off.
All right, a special Thursday edition of the 5 o'clock face-off. Normally on Wednesday, but we've got the biggest story in America and the world. It happened yesterday in Minneapolis. An ICE agent is shooting a woman, shooting 3 bullets into a car, killing her. Renee Good. We have discussed a lot so far. This is the second half. Let's reintroduce you to our panel. We've got Republican Pinal County Attorney Brad Miller joining us, retired Mesa PD Detective Matt Browning joining us, and KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson joining us. All right, the rhetoric from the White House. It started yesterday with Noam saying that this woman is a domestic terrorist. We had J.D. Vance today call her, what was it, a radical leftist or something. Then we had the press secretary earlier today say this.
The deadly incident that took place in Minnesota yesterday occurred as a result of a larger, sinister, left-wing movement that has spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack.
All right, Barry, so she's part of this big leftist movement, apparently, right?
And that's obviously... let's just say what it is. It's a lie. I mean, Matt said earlier that there were statements being made. Let's say who said them. President Trump put out a statement on whatever that thing's called, and he lied. He said that she ran him over or hit him. That was not true. They knew at the time it wasn't true, and he still said it. Kristi Noem went and made a speech an hour afterwards, and she lied. I mean, you went through it one thing after another. It was all false. Why do that? Why not just come out and say, here's what happened. This woman wasn't following orders. She wasn't following the directives of the law enforcement. She was protesting, but in a way that was dangerous. I mean, there's things you could say that were true and honest, and it's unfortunate this happened, and it's a tragedy. Why not come out that way? And instead, and you just played it, Gatos, everyone's an enemy. Half the country is an enemy. Hillary Clinton got an awful lot of guff when she said the basket of deplorables, right? And everybody was talking about that. How is this any different? This is worse. I mean, they're literally saying that half of Americans are enemies of the country. That's just not the case. And why have the rhetoric that bad? They're jacking the rhetoric up more. So you have to ask yourself: is it on purpose? Do they think this somehow benefits them politically? Why do this? I think it's disgusting on either side, frankly. But this is really gross. She's a mom of 3 kids who was killed in a tragic way. I think everyone would look at this and say this is sad. Why are our politicians? Why are leaders in Trump's administration doing this?
Well, it's what your intro says. Turn down the noise and start a conversation. Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to do that.
No.
Mm-hmm. There's no, let's turn up the noise and start fighting each other. And that's what's going on in politics today. I mean, doesn't matter if you're left or right.
Is it fair to say that, like, I made this point earlier. It seems like the last couple of tragedies, this one, and let's just say the Rob Reiner tragedy.
Rob Reiner, Charlie Kirk.
Or there was a Kennedy that died as well, a younger Kennedy.
One of the
all
granddaughter.
Three, all three, Trump has to come out and absolutely just dump a bunch of crap on them.
Of course.
And it's like, my goodness, you have 3 people who are dead, You're the president, you're the most powerful man on the planet, and you look like a despicable human being when you do that. And he does it all the time.
It's his revenge tour. What are you talking about?
It all depends on what side of the aisle you're on. Charlie Kirk, he praised. He praised it all over the place.
Right.
But now they're a bunch of deplorables, a bunch of domestic
Right. If you didn't
terrorists.
vote for him, you deserve to get shot.
Exactly.
You deserved it
Let's
in
get
some way. You asked for it.
County Attorney Miller in here. I mean,
Sure.
Am I wrong on this? I mean, it's like the last 3 deaths that were somewhat tragic. You have the president dropping his drawers and taking a dump on people.
I think what he's really addressing, and J.D. Vance is addressing, Kristi Noem addressing, is a problem with philosophy. Should we be putting out rhetoric against police officers? Is this helping the situation when we're saying let's charge them? You have the mayor of Minneapolis angrily saying we need to block the courthouses, and the public defender is going out there, and then you have the governor of Minnesota saying what he's saying. And I think what he's saying is that type of rhetoric is not helping a law enforcement situation. He's looking at it much more in the scope of what are we doing here in Minnesota? We have law enforcement officers trying to do their jobs. Why are these people coming in and stopping them? We need to stop that type of rhetoric because these people need to be allowed to do their jobs. That's what's making the situation dangerous.
Barry?
But is this a chicken and egg argument? Like,
Or
well,
Bruce?
they started it. Well, they started it.
Yeah, well, and that's definitely part of the case. I mean, I think part of the issue here, and let me ask you, Brad, is you have what Trump said is he was going to come in and not take out the illegal people that are here illegally that are criminals, right? That have committed crimes, the worst of the worst. And I think almost everybody agrees that that's okay. I don't know what the polling is, but I'm guessing it's 90% say sure. But that's not really what's happening. 70% of the people that are being thrown out of the country don't have a crime, or certainly not a serious crime, other than being here illegally.
Have no felony conviction.
And I guess let me ask you both in law enforcement, why are ICE driving around in unmarked vehicles, wearing plain clothes, wearing masks? Why is that okay? Why aren't they in uniform? Can't they do their job like other law enforcement agents? What am I missing here?
Not every law enforcement wears a particular uniform. There's certain specialized units that you want to be in plain clothes. There's certain specialized units that do other things other than just the enforcement action.
Like undercover, I can understand.
Not only undercover, you have recon units, you have counter intel. There's lots of other things.
Right,
The
but none of
logistics
that is this. This is them
part
just,
of this.
They're just going up to people on the street and start asking them questions, and half the time the person doesn't even know who they are. They're not identifying themselves.
That's why they run.
Yeah, I mean it's odd. I mean, if a couple of guys came up to me with guns and started asking me questions, I don't know who they are. That's first of all, you're scared. You may run. You may become violent. I don't know what's going to happen.
Let me put this in context, because that is not what's happening. So when a law enforcement agency like ICE, and we do this too in my office, when we want to go make an arrest, we have a certain target list. We have intel and information, and we've reconned the particular area looking for particular individuals. So when you're saying ICE,
do you have warrants?
Sometimes we do, and sometimes we don't.
Okay.
Just because we want to go talk to somebody, we don't need a warrant for that. Somebody can consent to talk to a police officer.
Right.
If, however, we are going to make an arrest, absolutely we're getting a warrant. We're following the Fourth Amendment as these ICE officers are. But they have a whole entire target list of the people that they want to talk to and the people they want to arrest. Those are the folks that they're going to approach.
I'm sure they're doing some of that.
Sure.
But there's also a lot of they're literally going to a Home Depot parking lot
and chasing everyone around the parking lot.
Yeah, they're
I'm like,
finding
they all have
people
warrants for these people?
They're finding people who look Hispanic or are speaking Spanish, and they're going up and asking them for their papers. That's what's happening. They don't have a list. They don't have a warrant. They don't know who they are. They're just creating, in essence, a probable cause off of something, how they look or how they sound.
Yeah, and that's not what I've seen. I haven't seen that. We've seen some instances where people go out into a field and they say, well, you're going and arresting a bunch of people working in a field, and what we're finding out is those people are being trafficked. So there's a lot more to this story, and we can look into that Home Depot story, but I would bet that behind the scenes there might be some trafficking, people who are being trafficked. You have cartel members who have held these people hostage, held their kids hostage. There's a lot more to the story
There's
than just
certainly
running around a Home Depot.
There's some of that, but there's also a lot of people just being pulled over and spoken to
I think
and
there's
taken away.
A lack of transparency leads to a lot of the wondering of what's going on.
We got to leave it at that.
It's a 5 o'clock face-off. We still got another segment. Don't you dare worry. We hope they'll all stay in the studio with us. I don't think we've run anyone off yet. We've got Matt Browning, Brad Miller, Barry Markson. Let's jump into it next. After ICE shot and killed Renee Good in Minneapolis, he apparently went to a local high school, and it went about as poorly as you think it would. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, we'll chat about Red Mountain weight loss for just a moment. Guys, if you have low T, time to get your edge back. You can start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss. If you're off the holidays and you're like, yeah, I got to drop some pounds. I had to lose some weight. I had a ton of cookies over the Christmas break and New Year's and then all this, and I'm up 10, 12 pounds. Well, Red Mountain Weight Loss can also help you with a GLP, certainly. That's terrific weight loss medication. And so what I would do if I were you, all right, is just go to redmountainweightloss.com. They have got one of their spas in your neighborhood. They're all over town. And make a phone call. Tell them Gato sent you. Save a couple bucks before you go in. And go talk to the doctors there. And tell them what you need, whether it's testosterone therapy, whether it's GLP-1 weight loss medication. Just go to redmountainweightloss.com.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment. Or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at chooseprimavera.com. That's chooseprimavera.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:47, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Federal officers shot and wounded 2 people in Portland, Oregon this afternoon. The FBI's Portland office says it's investigating an agent-involved shooting that happened around 2:15 p.m. involving Customs and Border Patrol agents in which 2 individuals were wounded. The Portland Police Bureau said its officers responded and found a man and a woman with apparent gunshot wounds. They were transported to a hospital and their conditions are unknown. We'll bring you more details as we get them. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Tempe with a medical emergency off left on the US 60 Superstition Freeway eastbound near McClintock Drive. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. I-17 northbound approaching Indian School Road. And Chandler with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202 Santan Freeway eastbound near Price Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
All right, new year, new you. I want to send you to Aria Dental Implant Center because you don't like the way your teeth look. You don't like that you have broken teeth or missing teeth. Well, a lot of places you can go to. I'm going to send you to the best one, Aria. They've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who truly felt cared for. And I think that's the bottom line. When you go to Aria, you're going to truly feel cared for. And the reason is Dr. Joe. Super experienced, decades of experience, thousands of smiles restored. He will sit with you. He will talk with you as long as you need. He will answer every single one of your questions. And he is so skilled at what he does. And you are going to look like a different person. So just go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Mention Gatos, you get a free consultation. You're also going to get the best price. Ask them why. Their prices are better than everybody else. There's a big reason, but ask them when you call. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Outspoken presents the 5 o'clock face-off, live on the KTAR YouTube channel.
And here we are, the face-off, the special edition of it, a Thursday edition, Gatos. Normally, this is a Friday at 5 o'clock feature, but we thought... Wednesday at 5 o'clock feature. I'm already thinking of Friday, and we thought that it warranted more discussion. In studio with us, KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson, the Republican Pinal County attorney Brad Miller, and retired Mesa PD detective, gang and extremist expert, and author Matt Browning, all in studio with us. All right. We actually thought we had a question for you, and I'd like to get the take of everybody in the room here on, what should we say, the appropriateness or the uniqueness of the feds not allowing the state of Minnesota to investigate or be a part of the investigation. We're learning, I think it's called BCA, is the Minnesota version of their state FBI. Yeah. And they have been locked out of evidence, witnesses, etc. Is that normal? Am I missing that? Is that par for the course?
I'll just say this from observing and actually providing legal counsel on some of these officer-involved shootings. It seems pretty normal, part of standard operating procedure. Typically, what you'll do is you'll have a single agency do the complete investigation, do the workup, and that agency is separate from the one that's involved in the particular matter. So I would assume they're going to have the FBI or ATF run the officer-involved shooting, conduct the investigation, and then they'll hand it off to the Department of Justice for a determination on what they believe.
Does the state have any ability to be involved in this? Because this officer could face state charges, correct?
Not really.
Okay.
Sovereign immunity. So the statute, sovereign immunity essentially is that the state can't do what the federal government essentially hasn't allowed them to do. And in a criminal matter, a federal law enforcement officer has what's called absolute immunity. That's in a criminal matter. Now, civil matter, it's something completely different. So based upon this being a federal law enforcement officer acting under the color of law, I don't believe that the state has any purview really in a criminal matter.
Barry? So you're saying that if let's say different case. Yep. Let's say an FBI agent loses it and starts walking down the street in Pinal County and just shooting people, murdering people. You're saying the federal government could come in and say, sorry, Attorney Miller, you're not going to be able to prosecute this guy? I don't think that's right. I think you would absolutely bring charges
under that
against
factual scenario. They wouldn't be acting under the color of law. They wouldn't be acting under the color.
Well, that's a defense that they would have, but I don't think that changes your ability as a local prosecutor or a state prosecutor to investigate and potentially bring charges.
It absolutely does, and the reason why is because it would take it away from absolute immunity and bring it into qualified immunity.
No, the immunity is a defense that they have if charges are brought. It doesn't. The type of immunity doesn't say who can charge the person. It's a defense to the charges that are brought. So absolute immunity is something that they can say, if you bring charges, their defense is, I have absolute immunity for this. And then you'd have to go to the higher standard to get past the immunity. I'm not sure why a state can't investigate and charge.
The state can investigate it, but you're correct in that it is a defense. But essentially what the law is you're not going to bring the charges. if there isn't something to bring, if there's no capability of you to bring.
That's fine. If the state or local prosecutor decides they're not going to bring charges because they can't convict, and that's fine. That's one thing. What Bruce is saying is the federal government isn't even allowing them to investigate. They're not providing evidence. They're not allowing them to interview witnesses. That's the question. Why is the federal government keeping Minnesota and Minneapolis prosecutors from investigating this?
I'll answer it.
I'll answer that one. I think
go
we
ahead,
think
please.
the same thing because they're trying to hide something.
No doubt. No doubt.
You know what? State law is state law. Federal law is federal law. I don't care what the crime is. That the state officials, whether it's local or city, should be or state should be allowed to investigate a crime that happens within their communities and their state. And for a federal agency to come in and say, no, we're not going to allow you to do this. Oh, red flag.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
you just don't do that.
I mean, there's something about the officers all had body cameras, but they didn't turn them on.
Imagine that.
None of them were on at the time, but they were wearing body cams.
Look at the different parts of the administration that talked about this lady and just dragged her name.
Well, they've already made up their mind on the investigation.
Right. Yeah. They wanted to put out rhetoric that she's so far left and she's a criminal and she's a terrorist and all that. Why is the federal government hiding evidence from local authorities? Because they think he's wrong.
Well, within
and
hours of the shooting, they came out and said that they're justified.
No,
So
this
you-
is
you just
typically you typically would not have two agencies co-investigating a case. This to me is standard operating procedure. This is exactly what you would do. This is what we do.
I don't think this thing's ever going to get investigated. I think you're going to put it right
Not
under the
properly.
rug.
I would agree
No
with
way.
that. We have to stop, but I appreciate very much so Pinal County Attorney Brad Miller for being in studio with us. Also, retired Mesa PD detective, gang and extremist expert Matt Browning, and KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson. A special Thursday edition of the 5 o'clock Face-Off. Hey, coming up next, we actually got a chance to speak to someone else in law enforcement about this, our buddy Colonel Frank Milstead. We're going to get some of his thoughts on what he saw and what he was taught and teaches other officers. It's coming up next, Outspoken, on KTAR.
All right, the Lund Mortgage team. Hey, you first-time home buyer? Well, some first-time home buyers, they pick out the house before they line up the financing. Ooh, bad move. That is completely 100% backwards. You should do the opposite. Call the Lund Mortgage team first. You get pre-approved for a loan. That's how this works. Now, even if you have purchased a house before, you know much of the jargon and terminology. It proves daunting. I mean, you really going to read all that stuff? You going to understand any of that? No. That's why the Lund Mortgage team is there for you. You have all the questions. What percentage should we put down on a house? What's my interest rate going to be? What's my payment going to be? I only endorse companies I do business with. I've done business with the Lund Mortgage team 2 times when it comes to purchasing a house. They just make everything easier. So I want you to call them at 623-875-9940. You have all the questions. They've got all the answers. You ask the Lund Mortgage team. 623-875-9940. LundMortgage.com.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com. Or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
2 years ago, Bobby Carpenter completed treatments for knee pain at QC Kinetics. So we're checking in with the former college and pro football player to see how he's doing.
I've been asked a lot, like, how long does this last? How long does it work? I go, I've had mine for a couple years, and everything feels very good. It feels just as good as it did when I started to turn the corner.
Bobby's an active husband, dad, and business owner. That's why 2 years ago, he heard about QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative treatments, and he knew he could trust them for his chronic knee pain.
And thankfully, with QC Kinetics, I was able to go through this, and my my activities are the same as it was. I'm able to coach my kids in sports. I can play golf. I can go run.
QC Kinetics patients like Bobby don't miss a beat. No surgery or rehab. Just freedom from debilitating joint pain. Ready for lasting relief from joint pain? Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation and see if you're a good candidate.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, this is Matt Dagus with Bright Wealth Management. They say don't wait until something happens to start planning, but that's what most families do. It's not just about paperwork, but it's about the people. And if you're not sure where to begin, take our 2-minute Legacy Readiness Quiz. It's fast, it's private, and it might be the most important 120 seconds that you spend this year. Start now at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. When something's happening in your community, ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
It's 6 o'clock. I'm Melody Burkett. Federal Customs and Border Protection Agency agents shot 2 people in Portland, Oregon this afternoon.
The FBI is responding right now that they will be the ones investigating this, that it was a shooting involving federal agents from U.S. Customs and Border Protection, not ICE, in the Portland area, and that there was a man and a woman, we're told, who were shot.
ABC's Alex Stone reporting. We'll bring you more details as we get them. The Trump administration continues to defend the actions of ICE officers in Minneapolis following the fatal shooting of Renee Good. Vice President J.D. Vance describes her as a victim of left-wing ideology.
You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them.
The vice president admits he can't speculate on what Good was thinking at the time, but says he is certain she was violating the law. A frustrated U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego after hearing from Vice President on the shooting involving ICE agents in Minnesota yesterday.
The fact that they're not going to participate in an investigation with the government of Minnesota tells you a lot what they're aiming to do.
The Democrat tells CNN it is irresponsible to come to conclusions on what happened leading up to the gunfire. He says the White House has gone too far in how ICE is being used, with agents striking fear in communities. 15 years to the day later, the U.S. House marks the mass shooting that left then Congresswoman Gabby Giffords critically hurt.
Gun violence didn't end 15 years ago. It continues to devastate our schools, our churches, our grocery stores, and our neighborhoods, shattering lives and leaving families and communities forever changed.
Democratic Representative Adelita Grijalva says the U.S. must recommit itself to ending gun violence.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
The state has reached a first-of-its-kind settlement with dairy business Riverview LLP to help conserve water in southern Arizona.
Speaking in Cochise County, State Attorney General Chris May says Riverview Dairy has agreed to put up $11 million for residents impacted by excessive groundwater pumping.
Funds can be used to drill new wells for those who need it,
install water tanks, support water hauling, and fund other emergency or interim residential water supply measures.
Riverview has also agreed to fallow or not plant 2,000 acres of row crops, which Mays estimates will save about 100,000 acre-feet of groundwater over the next 14 years. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
On Wall Street today, the Dow closed up 279 at 49,266. The S&P finished up a half a point at 69.21, and the Nasdaq closed down 104 at 23,480. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. And now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Scottsdale with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, southbound near Indian Bend Road. Tempe, we still have that medical emergency off left on the US 60 Superstition Freeway, eastbound near McClintock Drive. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand lanes, I-17 northbound, approaching Indian School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Cloudy tonight with a low 42, sunny tomorrow and into the weekend with highs in the low to mid 60s. Right now it's mostly cloudy and 56 in Tempe. Don't let market conditions rain on your parade with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, and full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Last hour of the program.
Ooh, a lot of people will tell you the last hour, hour number 3, best of the hours.
Well, listen, make sure that you check out the special edition of the 5 o'clock face-off. Usually that's Wednesdays at 5. We pulled together a panel today, obviously, because what happened in Minneapolis, everybody's talking about it. It's the only thing anybody's talking about. Mm-hmm. So we broke it down for the last hour. If you missed it, Bruce, you can tell them, go ahead, where to get it. You plug all that stuff. Go ahead.
Oh, you can find it on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can actually watch it and see the interaction between everybody. It's not an interview. It's a conversation of a bunch of people. Plus, of course, we will have it on our podcast. You can catch it wherever you get a fine podcast and even a couple mediocre ones. The Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos podcast, powered by Revival Psychiatry. Earlier in the show, we had a chance to talk to. He's a friend of the show. He's been on the in the 5 o'clock face-off before. Mm-hmm. He's been a guest. He's a really solid resource when it comes to law enforcement because he has such a history in it. And that is Frank Milstead, the retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. He also was the chief of police in Mesa and was a beat cop, before that, a lifetime in law enforcement. And we really wanted to get his perspective on it and what he saw and maybe help us understand what officers are trained to do, what the levels are. Is that a good way to put it?
I think it's a great way to put it. Here's a bit of the Milstead interview from earlier today.
I think this is a great conversation to have for your listeners and talk about, what should and shouldn't be done and how things should be handled.
Okay. Can you walk us through, and I'm sure at this point you have seen some of the videos, and talk to us about the use of force policy and when can and should an officer use deadly force?
What I'm going to try to refrain from doing is giving you an absolute in this, because I think that anybody who has already rendered a complete opinion needs to let the investigation run forward. And that goes with elected officials and anybody else. Let the investigation run. But I think we've all seen what we've seen. Mm-hmm. The policy of the Phoenix Police Department, the Mesa Police Department, the Arizona Department of Public Safety is you do not shoot at moving vehicles. And you can see what happened after they shot her. The car veered off out of control and fortunately only hit other parked cars and didn't run over other innocent bystanders.
Is that the driving reason why officers are trained not to shoot at a moving vehicle? Is that the reason, because the car might just take off or you don't know where it ends up?
That's absolutely the reason. And the other thing is bullets don't normally stop a 4,000-pound car. I mean, and again, time is on the officer's side for the most part. The officers shouldn't put themselves in harm's way. I think if you watch one of the videos, I'm going to say officer, I don't know, maybe they use agent, was actually filming the rear of the vehicle and had made kind of a counterclockwise maneuver around the entire vehicle.
Yeah.
But if you're getting ready to confront and the other two officers ran up, grabbed the door was locked, his hand slipped off the door. And she obviously realized at this point, whatever game she was playing with law enforcement was over and that she was about to be arrested. So she started to speed away. But again, that officer was in front of the car, shouldn't have been there. And the bullet's not going to stop her from speeding away other than the fact that the car is going to be out of control. Now, if you're in a vehicle shooting at other people, yeah, you might return fire then. You may not have any choice. But the idea is don't shoot at people driving cars because the cars will veer out of control.
Frank Milstead, a retired colonel in the Arizona Department of Public Safety, talking about the Minneapolis shooting. What are the other options that ICE agent could have used?
The one standing in front of the vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, there had to be another option other than taking your gun out and shooting 3 times into a car.
No, there's absolutely options. You have spikes that you could put out. She'd apparently been sitting there for several minutes. You could put a spike strip out. You could actually try to use verbal commands to get her to stop and exit the vehicle. If you need to, again, you know who she is. And I'll tell you another thing that upset me a little bit is they have body cameras, but they didn't have them on.
Of course.
They can, that gains evidence for the state or for the federal government in this case to show what they're doing. They have a license plate number. They have pictures of who she is.
Could follow
they
the
can
car.
always go get her at a later time.
You're not getting away.
There's no urgency that she has to be apprehended at that moment.
And Frank, the shooter was holding a cell phone recording it.
Right.
So
he was videoing.
I don't know how well he was paying attention to anything.
Oh.
Well, and I don't either, but all I can tell you is this woman should not have died yesterday.
Right.
And again, unfortunately, I could say that about a whole bunch of different law enforcement situations where people think that it's vogue, that it's cool to confront police. And it's a very dangerous job. It's a very high stressful job. And you have no idea what these men and women from ICE had been going through that day, where their stress level was, where their tense, just the whole situation is so inflamed that everybody's on edge. I mean, and to sit there, and I don't care if you're a protester, go protest, but you don't throw things at cops. You don't get in the way of them. You don't grab them.
Right.
That is completely irresponsible, and that's how you get yourself killed or hurt or prosecuted. And so it's just let law enforcement do their job. If you don't like what law enforcement is doing, that comes to filing complaints with internal affairs. It comes with how you place your vote. It comes with all of those things that we can do to be good witnesses for a court case. But don't put yourself in the middle of a situation that's going to end poorly for yourself.
We're talking to Colonel Frank Milstead. I one final question for you. And again, I will not, out of deference to your age, sir, and how young you look, I was not going to say how long you have served in law enforcement, but it has been a long time. One of the other, arguments, and I know we touched on it briefly, what is the standard policy for trying to prevent a fleeing subject? Would deadly force be allowed to prevent someone from fleeing a scene?
So that's a complicated question, and the deal is this: if you are a felon, you can use deadly physical force to stop a fleeing felon.
Okay.
She's not, and again, and I know I've watched what the politician said. She's a terrorist, and she's this and that. Yeah. No, she is a misguided demonstrator.
May have panicked.
Put herself in a situation she shouldn't be in. I don't believe that she's a domestic terrorist. And I don't think you get to shoot her. I don't think you get to shoot at her. I think you do an investigation and go find her later in the day or next week, and you arrest her for being in a place she shouldn't be. That, again, After, Minnesota is a perfect example. After George Floyd, we spent the last 5 years trying to continue to rebuild the trust in law enforcement, to make the job that men and women in law enforcement do simpler. And even try to build trust back with the media, because the media loves to be in the middle of this and condemn law enforcement for trying to do a very complicated job, taking into the human dynamic at all times. And this doesn't help. You have body camera video that you can use. And I would tell you that the administration is misguided, that if you're going to tell everybody you're going after the worst of the worst, don't go arrest everybody at a car factory that's overstayed their visa, and use your own video personnel to ride along with your agents and document those people that are the worst of the worst that you're arresting and show the public that's what you're doing. And just rounding up people so you have numbers. And I know they put quotas on this. I think that's misguided as well. And you just have to go out and show people that you're doing what you said you were going to do, which was arrest the worst of the worst. But the other part of it, too, is if you look at the conservative or the liberal side of this, the only half of that equation that continues to get involved in violent confrontation and non-peaceful demonstration is the liberal side. Other than January 6th, I don't remember the Republicans going out and using deadly physical force or any kind of violence to disrupt law enforcement or other operations.
All right, that was our conversation earlier today. Frank Milstead, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. It's what everyone's talking about. The shooting yesterday in Minneapolis, killing a 37-year-old woman, an ICE agent shooting 3 bullets into the car. And everybody's got their opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody thinks they know exactly what happened.
Before the investigation.
And there won't be
They'd
an
already made
investigation.
up their mind.
There's not going to be an
There's
investigation.
not going to be an investigation, let's be honest.
Because the White House is going to cover this thing up. They started.
Well, they telegraphed.
They started it yesterday.
What they already think.
Called her a domestic terrorist.
Yeah.
Trump did what he did on social. Poor JD Vance. Yes. Yeah. You imagine that meeting?
Mr. Erica Kirk?
All right. Not fair. JD Vance, in the Oval Office, he's with Trump, and Trump goes, "Yeah, you're going to have to go out and talk to the media." What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
You're gonna have to do like 30 minutes, and and this is I'm just guessing.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to trash this lady.
You're gonna if you're not strong.
Yeah,
and you don't go after a dead woman.
The woman's death is a tragedy of her own making.
Don't come back in this office if you haven't been sufficiently disgusting. We've got to check the headlines on the way. That's Melody Burkett in there.
I know.
Did you know that?
I know.
Oh my goodness, we are very lucky. To
I'm
have
the
her
one that
filling
told
in.
you it was Melody.
Yeah. Well, I listen too. That helps.
Okay.
And we got to give a quick shout out to everyone listening at Litchfield Park, the Litchfield Parkians. Thank you guys so much. Everyone in the LP, Litchfield Park, stand up. You guys get your shout out up next. People are trying to save money, make ends meet, if you will. And it sounds really uncomfortable. Is this really happening? We're talking about it next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, I've hired Advanced Window Products, and there's a reason I hired them over everyone, okay? Family-owned business, 40 years satisfying customers. They build the windows, they install the windows, they guarantee them for life. There is no middleman markup, sales and installation, all under the roof of Advanced Window Products. It's awesome. You call them, at the very beginning, and they're the company that does all the work, and then they install it, and then if something goes wrong, years down the line, they'll replace your window. You don't have to call anybody else. One phone number, one place. Most window companies aren't like that. You got to call 9 different places. Advanced Window Products, awesome. Awesome. I'm getting new windows in the house. We've scheduled the date for this month. I'm super excited. All you have to do is, if you want 5 or more windows, get, let's say, $1,250 off. Purchase 10 windows or more, $2,500 off. All you have to do is go to advancedwindows.com. Advancedwindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:17, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. Nick Reiner no longer has prominent defense attorney Alan Jackson on his legal team. More from ABC's Trevor Ault.
His high-profile defense attorney, Alan Jackson, withdrawing from the case.
We feel that we have no choice at this juncture but to withdraw as counsel and ask to be relieved.
Without elaborating, Jackson said he had to withdraw because of circumstances outside of his or Nick Reiner's control, still saying emphatically,
pursuant to the law in California, Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder.
Reiner is due back in court next month for the deaths of his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Scottsdale with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, southbound near Indian Bend Road. Tempe, we still have that medical emergency off left. US 60, Superstition Freeway, eastbound near McClintock Drive. And lastly, Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. I-17 northbound approaching Indian School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. Now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Enrique. Thank you very much. Listen, we all can acknowledge that, certainly prices have been going up. There are issues, right?
That's affordability problems.
Affordability. It's going to be the word of 2026.
It was the word of 2025.
Was it the word of 2025?
I said it was.
You said it was.
Because I really think that's what a lot of people went through. The sticker shock, the buying less.
Well, to be clear, prices always go up. Okay?
Not like this.
But usually you make more money to compensate for that. And hopefully you make more money. Your pay goes up a higher percentage by which prices go up.
Excuse me. Your coffee does not go up 41% just because it goes up.
Well, that was because of we know
tariffs.
Why. That was because of idiots that don't understand basic economics. But when you talk to younger people, you talk to the young adults out there, they're working. They're trying to get by. They're saying times they are tough out there. There's a new study from the people that do studies, and I thought there were some interesting things that came out of it. First off, about 70% of them doubt they'll ever retire. Like the idea, the concept of retirement sounds laughable to them.
Wow.
Which is slightly scary. 56% say they have no life outside of work.
It's not
they
healthy.
don't have free time.
It's not healthy.
No, it's not.
Does that mean that are you saying that they're working all the time and that's why?
Yeah, they say they have less than an hour of free time daily. They're trapped in survival mode. And they're taking extreme measures to save money. And listen, it's easy to say these things, but I genuinely want to know, are people actually doing this? Let me give you an example. They're turning off the hot water heater in the house, which means they're taking cold showers.
Oof.
Oh, yeah. This time, even in Arizona.
I'm not doing it.
You get away with it in summer, maybe. You know what I'm saying? Like the first 3 minutes you turn on the faucet, like, God, the water's so hot you can't even get in.
Okay.
They're doing their laundry in the bathtub. So they're not running the washers and dryers. They're not drying their clothes in a dryer. They're air drying. They're hanging clothes up.
You know why they don't have any time in the day?
Why is that?
You just said it all.
They're doing all these things.
You're doing your laundry in the bathtub?
Oof.
I don't know if this stuff is going on.
Cutting their own hair? I mean, that might explain some of these hairstyles I see out there.
You mentioned something about extreme measures to save.
Extreme measures
you mentioned
to save.
some of these.
Yeah.
Can I throw in a few?
Be my guest.
Okay. How many of the young folks have all the streaming services?
See, I knew you were going to do this.
But I think it's a valid point. Like if you're
how many
young,
subscriptions do you need?
If you're young and you're saving to buy a house, guess how many you should have?
Well,
none. Sorry.
I think it's easy to say that.
I don't think it's easy to say that.
But that's
I
like
think
saying
if you want to buy a
generation
house
ago, you don't need a TV in your house.
And some people didn't.
I know they did.
So do you have to have all the streaming services? No.
You could probably cut back a little bit. How's that?
I'm just saying. Do you have to order Uber Eats every day?
Well, and part of this survey also says a lot of them are eating in now. They're not only not ordering Uber Eats, they're not going out to eat. They can't afford to do that.
Okay. I'm just saying.
They're trying to make ends meet. They don't have the money to waste on it.
Measures to save.
Cold showers
should not start with that.
Laundry in the bathtub
should not start with that.
I don't even have a bathtub. Do you have a bathtub?
Sure.
Really?
I'm married.
Well, I'm not. No, my house, there isn't a bathtub in it.
You got to have a bathtub. If you,
no, it's a stand-up shower thingies.
I got that too. But, the wife likes the bath. Women like the bath. Anyway.
Okay, I'm going to have a bathtub installed so I can do my laundry in it, apparently.
I just think that some of the stuff that you mentioned is, it's probably not happening.
You think people are trying to make it sound like it's worse than it is?
I do. I do. Yeah, if you're young and you want to save money, there's a lot of ways to do it, and you're not doing it.
Now, some of them are doing things that you would probably say are smart.
Okay.
20% say they keep the thermostat very low in the winter and very high in the summer.
Okay. It's good.
Right?
Yep.
Because we hear that regardless of what age group you're in, your electric bill can be nuts.
That is real savings. I don't think not running the dryer. I don't buy it.
So here's the thing that I don't understand. How do you measure it?
I don't know.
Like, I don't know. I'm being dead serious. I have no idea.
We got a gas dryer, right? You don't.
No, I have electric. I don't have gas.
Okay, electric. You look at your electric bill 1 month, and then you don't run the dryer.
I gotta
another,
go a
and
month
then you look.
without running the dryer and
How
figure
else
out
do
the
you do it?
Yeah, but you're assuming nothing else in the house changed.
It's
What
right. It's true.
How long? If I watch a movie on the TV, how much electricity did I burn?
Yeah, I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? Like to heat the water up for the shower. Okay, well, I don't have any concept of what individual appliances cost me.
When you were really young, what did you do to save money? Because I'll just say, when I got here in 96 and I had an apartment, I left the apartment at 85 degrees.
85?
When I left.
Yeah.
And I know this is still crazy.
We didn't have those smart thermostats either. You had to go and crank it up when you left. Yeah.
But when I got home, I put it to 82, and it never really went under.
82. And you're like,
yeah.
Oh, I feel a little bit of air.
Like, like thinking about 82 right now makes me want to throw up.
Yeah.
But that's what I did, at least to save some money when I was young, and,
So you know that I have the palate of a 12-year-old.
No, you have a palate of a 5-year-old.
Sorry. So I ate like ramen, but I liked it.
Okay. Yeah.
I was like, I'd get things of ramen, and I'd be like, "Oh, you poor thing, you're eating ramen." I go, "No, I actually like it. I just like plain, just a little ramen. That's all.
Put a little
I wanted.
butter on it.
The cheap one, the 49-cent packet of ramen. I'm like, I'm good with that.
But see, that's what you ate.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people who are ordering out to Uber Eats, to DoorDash, and all that stuff, and that's expensive.
It is.
And then you got to tip.
Pile up.
And and if you're doing that, you don't want to buy a house, I guess.
I hear. Well, just pay your bills, for goodness sakes. Hey, we got to check the headlines on the way. We're going to do that for you. And then up next, we had a special version, a special edition of the 5 o'clock face-off today, a Thursday version. Normally it happens Wednesdays at 5. And we want to play you a little bit of how it started off, some of the early interaction.
I wanted to ask the panel.
Okay.
Minneapolis, the shooting, the ICE agent, 3 bullets in the car, killing his mother. Do you believe she's a domestic terrorist? We went around the room.
There you go.
We had people that had different political views. Because, when they called her a domestic terrorist, the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
The stupidest comment I think I've ever heard in my life.
Ugly and demeaning.
It was, and it's incorrect.
For a dead person. Yeah, and a lie.
She's not Timothy McVeigh, people.
Right. That's a domestic terrorist.
That was my question. You're going to hear their answer.
It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
A Gilbert Public School could be closed following a vote later this month. Pioneer Elementary School in 2024 had 354 students. This year, it's down to 268 students.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044. 800-961-3044.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A new year is here, and Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, we are ready to pay tribute to a teacher. Teachers unlock the doors to possibility. They transform lives with patience and a passion that knows no boundaries. So join us by texting the word teacher to 620-620. Nominate a deserving teacher for a $2,500 bonus. Pay Tribute to a Teacher is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Message and data rates may apply.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestateWithAmyB.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 18643, Amy Batten, NMLS 1897666.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:31. I'm Melody Burkett. Federal officers shot and wounded 2 people in Portland, Oregon this afternoon.
They have a male who was shot twice in the arm and his wife who was shot in the chest.
That's from Broadcastify. The FBI's Portland office says it's investigating an agent-involved shooting that happened around 2:15 p.m. involving Customs and Border Patrol agents. The Portland Police Department Bureau says its officers responded and found a man and a woman with apparent gunshot wounds. They were transported to a hospital and their conditions are unknown. We'll bring you more details as we get them. The Trump administration continues to defend the actions of ICE officers in Minnesota, one day after a woman was shot and killed in Minneapolis.
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I'm certain of is that that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life.
Vice President J.D. Vance describes Renee Good as a victim of left-wing ideology. Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego is taking issue with Vice President J.D. Vance's comments on the shooting.
It's entirely irresponsible to come to a conclusion of what caused this. There's a lot of things that could have caused this, and some of it could be as simple as the fact that we have lowered the training standards for these ICE agents.
The Democrat tells CNN the administration is using ICE agents not only to deport people, but to also strike fear in communities. A surprise vote in the Senate as 5 Republicans joined all Democrats to pass a resolution that would limit the president's power in Venezuela and require congressional authorization to send U.S. troops there. Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Rand Paul, Josh Hawley, and Todd Young broke from the rest of the Republicans, but the fate of the bill is unclear as the president has expressed outrage over the passage of the bill.
The president, angered by this, lashing out at those 5 Republican senators, saying that they should not be elected to office ever again in a social media post.
That's ABC's Jay O'Brien.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Dairy company Riverview LLP has agreed to an $11 million settlement with Arizona over groundwater. State Attorney General Chris May says the funds can be used to drill new wells in Cochise County, install water tanks, and help with water hauling.
The money will be available for impacted residents, schools, and special districts, water companies, or municipalities that provide domestic water services.
Assistance applications open on April 8th. The agriculture business has also agreed to leave 2,000 acres of farmland unsown for a period of time, which is expected to save 100,000 acre-feet of groundwater over 14 years. Avelo Airlines will soon end its participation with Department of Homeland Security deportation flights. The airline goes on to say it'll be closing its base at Mesa Gateway Airport January 27th. Avelo tells KTAR News the program provides short-term benefits, but did not deliver enough consistent and predictable revenue to overcome costs. The Fiesta Bowl is underway at State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Miami is ahead 3-0 against Ole Mississippi. A night off for the Phoenix Suns, who will be back in action tomorrow evening when they host the New York Knicks. Sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. And now for a check on traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Scottsdale with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, southbound near Indian Bend Road. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on 7th Street and Bethany Home Road. Goodyear with a crash on Litchfield Road and Van Buren Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Cloudy tonight with a low of 42, sunny tomorrow, high 62, and plenty of sunshine on Saturday and Sunday with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's mostly cloudy and 56 in Mesa. Don't let market conditions rain on your parade with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Melody Burkett on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Arizona's the second worst state for online scams. LaDonna Harvey and I will have the shocking numbers as well as the huge jump we've seen in the most shocking of online crimes. Friday on Arizona's Morning News.
Hey, this is Outspoken. I'm Bruce, that's Gatos. And at 5 o'clock today, we did something different. Normally, Wednesdays at 5, we have the 5 o'clock face-off. We bring people in the studio and we discuss it. Well, yesterday we had a spirited discussion. You're welcome to go back. You can check it out on the podcast or even on the KTAR YouTube channel around the shooting in Minneapolis, which was still pretty fresh. I mean, when we got to it, well, we thought it was a big enough story, and we had so many guests that we wanted to really get their perspectives that we did a special version of it today at 5. Again, you can go back and watch it on the KTAR YouTube channel, or you can check it out on our podcast. But we wanted to play you a little bit of kind of how it started, and taking into mind some of our guests, including the Pinal County attorney.
Yeah, we had KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson. We had retired Mesa PD detective and gang and extremism expert and author Matt Browning, and Republican Pinal County attorney Brad Miller. So we're talking about Minneapolis, shooting, and we started with this. We all have our opinions. Let me start with you, County Attorney Miller. The administration saying that Renee Good, who was killed, is a domestic terrorist. The Trump administration calling her that. So she's Timothy McVeigh. She's Ted Kaczynski. Are you really buying that?
I don't think we go that far. But I do think we need to analyze this as to whether she violated the law and then whether the ICE officer acted in accordance with the self-defense statutes.
Okay, on Twitter yesterday you said, I stand with ICE.
I do.
Do you stand with the man who put 3 bullets in a car?
So when I look at this particular situation, we analyze it under Arizona. I would look at it under Arizona statute.
Help us understand that, seriously, in our context. Yeah.
Sure. So let's look at, there's a few different statutes all under Title 13. Title 13, 405, 406, and really Title 410, which is for police officers specifically. And what it looks like is you have to analyze it from a reasonable officer's perspective on whether they believe that they're being there's some sort of violence or serious deadly force being used against them, and then they can respond in kind. Now, there are some exceptions to that. And so you look at to see if a person is fleeing. And, of course, there's no duty to retreat. That's one of the specific things that's stated in Arizona statute that doesn't exist in federal
That's the
law.
same in DHS. I actually have the DHS memo as well we were going over.
Sure. It may say
No
in the
duty to
memo
retreat.
there is no duty to retreat.
Correct.
However, but if you look at the federal law, it doesn't say no duty to retreat. And they also don't have a specific federal statute on what an officer can do in self-defense situations.
Okay.
In Arizona law, it's much more specific.
I think there were so many better options that could have been used by the agent. What do you think, Matt Browning? You know this stuff better than anybody. I mean, when you saw 3 bullets go into the car, did that agent do the right thing?
Wow. Did he do the right thing? You know what? I'd have to put myself in his shoes.
Yeah, tough to do.
If he's in fear for his life or the life of the people around him, 100% he did the right thing. And that's what we need to remember here is that not only the law is what we go by, but you also have to know what's going on in the officer's head. Unfortunately, it's a sad reality of the situation. We'll never know what went on inside the victim,
What she was thinking.
To call her a domestic terrorist, in my opinion, a guy who's worked extremism for the last nearly 30 years, she is so far from being a domestic terrorist.
Right.
However, that doesn't stop. Was a police officer, was the ICE agent in fear for his life? If a 5,000-pound car coming at you means that you're in fear for your life, then he is justified in protecting his life, and that's what he did.
Can I ask you a question, again, from a law enforcement standpoint? And you wore the badge, you then the gun. What, I'm going to use the term duty, or even just for your own self-preservation, would you place yourself in front of a vehicle? Like, is there a duty on the part of the officer not to be in the worst possible place? And apparently we're seeing now, he had a cell phone out and he was filming with one hand. So he was trying to stand in front of the vehicle and get pictures or video.
Yeah, you know what? I like to think that I was a police officer who would use my brain. And so tactfully, speaking to people, I use my wits against their wits. And personally, I don't think standing in front of a car videotaping the driver is a smart thing to do.
Well, there's like a reason police officers approach from the back and from the side.
It's all tactics.
Yeah.
It's all tactics. So in that situation, somebody approached the door. She didn't want to open the door. She took off. He was standing in front. Why was he standing in front? I don't know. Where did he come from? Was he parked in front? Was he parked behind? These are things that I don't know. All I know is that he was in front of the car. She took off, went at him. He was in fear for his life, and he fired.
I was going to say, can I just make a point? Not only because, and they've done like the Zapruder film on this now. He was at the back of her car, and he took pictures or video of her license plate.
Sure.
He then walked around to the front of the car, still videoing or whatever. Boom, right when the incident happened.
It seemed the moment the agent fired, he's standing to the left of the SUV. That's what I saw when I went frame by frame. The wheels are pointing to the right, and they're pointing away from the agent. So that, to me, appears to conflict with some allegations that the SUV was trying to ram into the officer. Let me get Barry Markson in here. I mean, we've got the administration saying that she was trying to run over the officer. I just don't buy it.
Well, I don't think there's any question. If you watch the video, she wasn't trying to run over the officer.
People believe that, Barry.
In fact, she seemed to be backing up to create an angle where she could just leave. So I think that's clear from the video. There's really two parts of this. From the law and the legal perspective, I think Mr. Miller is correct. I think if someone asked me to defend this agent, I could absolutely defend him. He's going to say, I
feared for my life.
I feared for my life. First of all, he has absolute immunity. You have to get to a high level past that.
We're going to get to that.
Yep. But Yeah, he feared for his life. And when I watched the video, he was in front of the vehicle. He shouldn't have been there, but he was kind of in the front to the left. She started to move. That's when he started to pull his weapon out. Now, we can see the tires are turned to the right. We can see where she ends up going. He may not have realized that at the time. So I'm not in his head. I don't know. There's a lot more investigation that needs to happen.
And it happened quickly.
And it happened very quick. We're watching in slow motion.
Right.
It's like a second. Things are happening quickly. And generally, we all agree, I think, we support police officers. They're faced with life-threatening issues on a second-by-second basis, and they have to be able to make those decisions. The issue here, I think, if you're looking at it, what I call it more politically or what's right, this is a Honda Pilot with a middle-aged woman behind it, and it's got all the mom stickers on the back window. He had been in the back. He's looking at it. This is not a domestic terrorist. This isn't somebody. She's being a pain in the butt. She's being annoying to ICE.
Yelling at them or something, yeah.
But nobody was looking at this before that moment and thinking, this person is a danger.
All right, that was part of our conversation earlier today, the 5 o'clock face-off. At the end, there was Barry Markson. Listen, I'll take this to my grave. She should never have been killed. That lady should never have been shot 3 times. No way.
Agreed.
I talked to numerous police officers over the last 24 hours that I know that are still cops or former cops. Would you ever shoot in that car? Hell no. Would you ever have shot in that car? Absolutely not.
Well, we also talked about the fact that, officers who are properly trained don't stand in front of cars.
Yep.
For their own safety. Why would you stand in front of the car? And why was this cop,
could have done a million
ICE
different
officer,
things,
walking around with his cell phone out?
I don't know.
Videoing or taking pictures of her cars, because that's what he was doing when she had tried to drive away.
Shouldn't have happened.
Absolutely. 100%.
There's no way you should shoot that woman.
We've got a quick check of the headlines on the way, and then is it time to baby-proof the Grand Canyon? Have we reached that level? We'll talk about it next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Start the year moving, not hurting. If joint pain is holding you back, there's a way to get real relief without surgery, without downtime, and without putting your life on pause. QC Kinetics delivers regenerative treatments that actually help your body repair the areas that are causing you pain. Instead of facing an invasive operation that sidelines you for months, these treatments happen right in the office and you go about your day. Simple procedures that can deliver big, life-changing results. Imagine this instead. You're moving better, stronger, planning the year you actually want, all because you took care of the pain the smart way. Game-changing regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. January's supposed to be your clean slate, so make it one. Stop managing the pain and start solving it with QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:47, I'm Melody Burkett, and this is what you need to know right now. If airports felt fuller in 2025, it wasn't your imagination.
2025 was the busiest year for air travel in over 15 years, according to new data released by the FAA. There were over 17 million flights in the air in 2025, and Thursdays were the most popular days to catch a flight last year. Fridays were close behind. Most of the busiest days of flying in 2025 were in the summer months. The busiest day was July 17th. Alex Stone, ABC News.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now for a check on traffic, here's Enrique Garcia, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Melody. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. I-17 northbound approaching Indian School Road. A look into our surface streets. Goodyear with a crash on Litchfield Road and Van Buren Street. And Phoenix again with a crash involving a pedestrian on 7th Street and Bethany Home Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's the big Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, January 9th through 11th at the Arizona State Fairgrounds. While there, be sure to visit Window World of Phoenix.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass for one low price of $59.89, tax included. You can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
See Window World at the big Maricopa County Home and Garden Show, January 9th through 11th at the Arizona State Fairgrounds. Info at maricopacountyhomeshows.com. This is the big one, so don't miss it.
I love Moving Team 6. Let's talk with JT about the mission of Moving Team 6. In your mind, when your family sits down, what mission do you tell your employees that they're going on?
The mission is to take care of the customer. I want to be nice to people. I want to take care of people. And that's the big thing I look at. We get people calling us all the time. Hey, can you help us? No problem. I never say no. Whatever we got to do, because I feel like that's our duty.
You hire veterans specifically to make sure that they know that they're loved and that they have a job if they want one. Can you talk about your dedication first to hiring veterans and what your mindset is behind it?
At the end of the day, it's not about moving. It's not about anything else. It's about taking care of our military and our veterans and just giving back. And that's the biggest key.
What message do you send your teams when they go out into the field and they represent your company?
The number one thing I tell my guys when they go out is care. That is the number one thing.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, KTAR.com. Let's see what we got cooking. It's the big story, and it is the big Q. An ICE agent shot and killed a woman in an SUV in Minneapolis. In your opinion, who was at fault?
Wow.
The ICE agent or the driver?
55 agent.
55% ICE agent.
That's what I said.
Okay.
I'm guessing.
59% the driver.
Oh, okay.
So everybody has seen it. Everybody's got their own opinion, and that's where we stand. And we'll see what happens, if this will ever get investigated, or the White House obviously hiding things from Minneapolis. They don't want anything to do with them. They're going to say, "Oh, we'll do it ourselves." I don't think you can. I don't think you can trust any administration. It's not just the Trump administration. You can't trust any administration. For me.
Well, I do think it's hilarious. I'm consistent. The people who 4 years ago said you can't trust government suddenly trust government. I'm consistent. I never trust government.
Yeah,
How's
good
that?
for you.
I think all government is screwed up and out to get me, and I don't trust any of them. How's that, Greg?
Well, I think when you have the biggest members, including the president, vice president of the administration, Kristi Noem, you got the press secretary. Oh, they've already crushed this lady who's dead.
Well, they've already made up their mind.
They've already made up their mind.
I mean,
there's no
doubt
investigation
in their
done.
mind, right?
I mean, most of them didn't see the video. They're just like, hey, go out there and say that she's a terrorist.
Terrorist, yeah.
It's
Trying
insane.
to kill,
Right.
yeah, absolutely.
Right. Yeah.
Ridiculous. But
anyway.
Expected. Ridiculous and expected.
I don't think I'm surprised by anything.
No, nor should you be. I'm glad that you're not anymore. I'm worried about you there for a while.
Well, I mean, you try and give some people the benefit of the doubt. You hope that things are going to be handled in a professional manner, or that there are some adults in the room, and they're not.
No.
So, all right, let's move on.
When's the last time you were at the Grand Canyon? Do you remember?
Been there once.
In your life?
Yeah.
Was it a long time ago?
This is a good 10 years.
Okay.
We went up over Christmas.
I'm going to tell you, the hole in the ground hasn't changed. It's still pretty much what you remember
Maybe
10 years
twice.
ago.
I think I've been there twice.
Yeah. And did you go out to like one of the edges, and they got these little lookout areas, right? You see a lot of other people taking pictures and selfies with the Grand Canyon in the background, right?
Yeah.
So apparently there's a problem now.
Oh.
And the problem is, and I'm going to say it's driven by Instagram, okay? That apparently more and more people are climbing over the guardrails and getting out onto the rock formations or getting farther out than they should be on the edges, so they could get some better pictures.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that.
Neither do I. That's the thing. So I was on a Reddit page and people were outraged, I tell you. And I was like, this is a problem that's going to take care of itself.
No, I'm not. See, that's not why.
I mean, they're either going to make it back or they're not. But they can't argue they didn't know what they were doing. They climbed over the guardrail at the Grand Canyon.
You're an adult. If you want to do that, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And we'll have such great memories of you. Think of it.
It's like what was it? There were people that said, "Oh, there's a big buffalo. Let's take a big.
Let's go up and pet the buffalo."
Yeah. Oh, I got one for you.
Ooh.
Over the holiday.
Okay.
There was a bear. I don't remember where this was.
Okay, wherever bears are.
It wasn't Arizona.
No.
But one lady recorded it and tried to feed the bear.
Guess what?
Well, nothing happened.
Really?
Luckily.
Oh, thank God.
She did everything wrong.
Because I was going to say, I think the bear would have said, "You know what? You look pretty good.
You look pretty good.
You look delicious."
That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It really is. But again, it's like
we
I
don't
got
need
the
more
video.
rules or anything.
I got the video. I put it on Instagram, and I got 1 million. Okay, if that's what you want.
It possibly could have been your last video.
I'd like to live with, my organs and shoulder and neck. Because a bear will eat all that.
You like a bear looking at you right now is like, oh my goodness.
Listen, I'm delicious.
You are. This is.
That bear's looking at me and saying, that is dinner.
Can't wait. Appreciate you guys spending time with us today. Don't forget, you always go back and check out all the stuff on the podcast brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. Great way to check it out. Also, we thank everybody that helped behind the scenes. The other side of the double pane bulletproof glass, as I call it. We've got DJ Pauly B over there. Thank you very much. We've got the First Lady of Outspoken. That's Miss Jules. Producing the show. Thank you very much. Filling in today, doing an amazing job. The Melody Maker. That's Melody Burkett with all your news and information. And he's getting you home. All the traffic info you needed. That's Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Craving a mouth-watering lunch that won't drain your wallet? Rush to Venezia's Pizzeria for daily specials starting at just $8.48. Sink your teeth into 2 giant loaded specialty pizza slices or a massive New York-style slice with a crisp, fresh salad, both with a drink and under $10. Dine in, grab it to go, or hit Venezias.com. Forget bland fast food. Indulge in bold flavors at Venezia's. 7 Valley locations where family tradition delivers irresistible value. Venezias.com.
Mountainside Fitness has 25 Valley-wide locations, and they've been keeping the Valley healthy for 35 years. Join today with $0 enrollment and your first 30 days free. Enjoy full-service locker rooms, free towel service, over 70 fitness classes every week, wellness amenities, interactive childcare, and a massive selection of cardio and strength equipment. MountainsideFitness.com. Experience that mountainside difference.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it is upon us. That not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
Hi, Jamie West here. Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix has been serving Arizona seniors for years, and they know one of the best things about the holidays is spending extra time with family and friends, some you may not have seen in a while. If you notice changes in your mom, dad, or loved one, maybe they need a little more help or to be more active and make new friends. See how special Beatitudes Campus is. Schedule a tour at beatitudescampus.org. Beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every